Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Mutating God Tier Quirk. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku, a name synonymous with courage and tenacity, took his last breath in a world that had grown to rely on the very heroes he had once aspired to be. Throughout his long and arduous life, Izuku had seen the rise and fall of many, but he remained steadfast in his commitment to protect the innocent, even without the power of one for all. His legacy as the symbol of peace was etched into the annals of history, inspiring generations to come. Yet, as his weary eyes closed for the final time, a sense of incompleteness lingered in the air. But fate had other plans for Izuku. In a twist that defied the very fabric of reality, he found himself standing in a void, face to face with a screen that read, "Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya, you have shown over your 110 years of life of your selflessness. As a result of the good karma you've accumulated, uncountable karma points. Due to this you get to relive your life however we see fit. Not only that, with your complete lack of sin, you get to wield any quirk you choose. P.S. Due to high karma, any actions short of humanity's extinction will not cause you to lose your earned position in heaven." Izuku simply stared, his mind racing with the weight of the revelation. He had died, lived a life of unparalleled heroism, and was now being granted the impossible opportunity to choose his own quirk. His heart swelled with the excitement of a young boy who had just been handed the key to unlock his true potential, like All Might Sensei did all those years ago. After a moment of contemplation, he whispered to the void, "Show me all quirks please." Immediately, a vast tier system unfolded before Izuku's eyes, categorizing quirks by their power, rarity, and potential usage. In a dizzying array of colors and symbols. At the pinnacle stood the most powerful, the ones that could reshape the world, the quirks of one for all and all for one, both, ancestor, the very essence of his past life. But he knew with one for all it would be too recognizable, not to mention the other quirks that came with it, especially if All Might passed his to someone else. Then all for one. Izuku was the last person to say a quirk was evil and not the user, but even after decades since the final fight, if you told Izuku to call any quirk a villain's quirk, it would be this one. Not only taking other quirks but a part of their personality forever under your control. Yeah, that was a hard pass. But as he scanned the tiers, his eyes wandered over to a peculiar section titled, Thur, and his curiosity piqued. He had never considered of such a classification before. Upon closer inspection, he found quirks that were seemingly insignificant, forgotten, or deemed useless. One of them caught his attention, a simple, unassuming quirk titled Quirk Bestowal. This was the original quirk of the first one for all user, a man who was the reason all for one did not reign supreme. It allowed the user to bestow their own quirk upon another individual. The moment Izuku laid eyes on it, a spark of curiosity ignited within him. The concept of quirk bestowal intrigued him, as he pondered the implications of such a power. He could give others the gift of a quirk, allowing them to experience the joy and responsibility that came with it, just as All Might had done for him. This power could be the catalyst for a new era of heroes, a world where everyone had the chance to be extraordinary. But as he reached out to select the quirk, a sudden realization struck him. If he chose this power, he would be forfeiting his own chance at heroism. His heart raced as he grappled with the decision. Was he ready to relinquish the dream he had chased for so long again? He was unlikely to get another suit like last time. He set quirk bestowal aside, his thoughts racing through the implications of his choice. The potential of the quirk grew clearer with each passing moment. If he could merge quirk bestowal with other quirks, the possibilities were endless. He could create a new quirk, unseen before in human history like one for all before it. As Izuku pondered over the potential of his decision, his eyes fell upon the C-tier section, where quirks that were not immediately flashy but had unique and subtle effects were placed. He considered the possibility of merging quirk bestowal with quirks from this tier to create something that was not too overpowering yet incredibly useful. He scanned through the options, looking for a quirk that could complement his newfound ability. One by one, the quirks passed through his vision, each with its own intriguing description. He paused at Echo, a quirk that allowed its user to mimic the sounds they heard for a short PRD. It wasn't particularly strong, but it had its uses in reconnaissance and misdirection. Then there was Chameleon, a quirk that granted its user the ability to blend into their surroundings, a skill that could be invaluable in stealth missions. Izuku's thoughts grew more complex as he continued to examine the tiers. He knew that a hero's strength wasn't solely determined by their quirk. It was a combination of their heart, mind, and the choices they made. If he merged quirk bestowal with a less recognizable quirk, he could create something that would be more than the sum of its parts. A quirk that could be used for the greater good without drawing unnecessary attention to himself by impossible similarity to someone else. Moving to the B-tier section, he found quirks like air pressure control, which allowed the user to manipulate the air around them, creating powerful gusts or vacuums. It wasn't the most flashy, but in the hands of the right person, it could be incredibly effective. Then there was molecular acceleration, a quirk that could increase the speed of an object's molecules to make them temporarily hot or cold, useful for both combat and rescue missions. These quirks had potential, but they were still too well known to be overlooked. Finally, he stumbled upon the D tier, the lowest and least recognized tier of them all. Here, the quirks were often dismissed as useless or inconsequential. Yet, Izuku saw the value in these neglected abilities. He focused on Echo and Chameleon once more. If he merged these two with quirk bestowal, he could create a quirk that would allow him to blend into his environment and copy the abilities of those around him. It was a quirk that could adapt and evolve, making it a versatile tool for a new kind of hero. The idea grew in his mind like a seedling in fertile soil. He could become the unsung hero, empowering others while remaining in the shadows, a silent guardian. His heart pounded with excitement at the prospect of this new path. He could train others, watch them grow, and help them achieve their dreams. The potential was endless. Taking a deep breath, Izuku made his decision. He pointed to quirk bestowal, and then to Echo and Chameleon. The screen acknowledged his choice with a soft beep and began the merging process. As the quirks fused together, a new, unprecedented quirk was born, Echo Chameleon. He felt a surge of energy, and his body tingled with the newfound power coursing through his veins. Izuku knew that his life was about to take a dramatic turn. With Echo Chameleon, he could become a master of disguise and support, a hero who didn't need the spotlight to make a difference. The merging process was quick, but he wasn't done yet. His eyes darted back to the screen, searching for more quirks to enhance his newfound abilities. There was the next on his list, a realm of quirks so common and single-use that they often went unnoticed. Among them was Sticky Fingers, a quirk that granted the user sticky skin, and elasticity, allowing for the stretching and manipulation of one's body. Izuku knew that while these quirks might seem trivial, in the right context, they could be surprisingly effective. He wondered how they might interact with Echo Chameleon. Would he be able to stick to surfaces while being invisible, or perhaps copy the stretchiness of someone nearby? As the E-tier options swam before him, Izuku's gaze landed on Thermal Sense, a quirk that allowed its user to detect heat signatures. It wasn't a combat-oriented ability, but it could be crucial for search and rescue operations. He quickly made his selections, and the quirks began to merge with his existing one. The process was seamless, each addition subtly altering the way Echo Chameleon felt. Now, not only could he mimic sounds and appearances, but he could also sense the heat of his surroundings. He tested the new power, focusing on the warmth of his own body and the coolness of the void around him. The combination of quirks was more potent than he had anticipated. Emboldened by his success, Izuku moved up to the D tier. Here, quirks like microscopic and minor healing resided. He considered the former, which would allow him to see the world at a cellular level, and the latter, which could be a boon for those who needed immediate medical attention. Both had their uses, but he knew that the most powerful quirks wouldn't be found in the spotlight. With a knowing smile, Izuku scanned the seater once more, his eyes resting on Echo and Chameleon. He had a feeling that these quirks would be the foundation of something truly extraordinary. With Quirk bestowal at its core, Echo Chameleon was already a formidable ability. But he wasn't satisfied yet. He wanted to push the boundaries of what was possible, to create a quirk that could revolutionize the very concept of heroism. The thief was ripe with potential. Quirks like Echo and Chameleon had been underestimated for too long, but in Izuku's mind, they were the perfect candidates for fusion. He pictured the synergy, giving someone the ability to not only blend into their surroundings but also mimic the sounds of their environment. It was a stealthy combo that could turn the tide in any battle or save a life in the most unexpected ways. As the quirks melded together, Izuku felt his body adapt. The tingling grew more intense, and he could almost hear the whispers of his new abilities taking shape. The screen before him flashed with the final result: Camouflage Echo, a quirk that allowed the user to mimic sounds and sights and blend into the environment seamlessly. It was the perfect blend of stealth and utility, a tool that could serve him well in his new role as a hero of the shadows. But Izuku's hunger for growth wasn't satiated. He scanned the tiers once more, seeking the perfect B-tier quirk to complete his arsenal. His gaze fell upon Soundwave, a quirk that allowed the user to manipulate sound waves, creating sonic blasts or shields. It was a powerful ability that could complement his existing quirks in surprising ways. Merging Soundwave with Camouflage Echo was a risk, but one that Izuku was willing to take. He felt the power of the B-tier quirk resonate within him, and as the fusion was complete, a new dimension of his ability unlocked. He could now manipulate the sounds he echoed, turning them into powerful tools of distraction or destruction. His heart raced with excitement as he tested the limits of his newfound might. The resulting quirk was a symphony of abilities, each one harmonizing with the next. He could blend into the shadows, mimic the whispers of the night, and even bend sound to his will. It was a quirk that would allow him to be a hero in his own way, empowering others without the weight of the world on his shoulders. But something tugged at his heart. Despite his excitement, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that he was ignoring the true potential of the 8-tier quirks. He knew that with great power came great responsibility, and perhaps the most responsible choice would be to wield a quirk that could directly affect the course of battles. His gaze drifted back to the 8-tier section, and he found himself drawn to Body Bulk, a quirk that allowed the user to bulk up their entire body, greatly increasing their physical strength and body size. Izuku pondered the implications of combining Body Bulk with Camouflage Echo. It would be a stark contrast to his former life's quirk, yet it held a certain appeal. The ability to blend in and be unnoticed, only to reveal a formidable strength when needed, was a strategy that resonated with his tactical mind. He knew that the choice was risky. Like quirks often came with unwanted attention and expectations of grandeur. But he was not the same person he was when he first received one for all. He had grown, learned, and was ready to embrace a new kind of heroism. He looked at more quirks at the other tiers, besides S-tier, and was quite surprised to find that there were many unique and powerful abilities scattered throughout the lower tiers as well. Some of the quirks he found particularly interesting included C-tier, Invisibility. This is a quirk allows the user to turn their body invisible at will. While not as flashy as some higher-tier quirks, the strategic advantage it provides in stealth missions and surprise attacks was undeniable. Toru had shown that. B-tier, Overclock. This is a quirk allows the user to accelerate to extreme speeds, to the point that to the user, it looks like nothing is moving. Sounded really useful. Why hadn't he heard of the person with this? Pro hero or villain? A-tier, Super Regeneration. This quirk allows the user to regenerate parts of the body at a fast rate. It's a very rare power, but it's also incredibly simplistic, and most regeneration quirk users hardly differ from one another on activation. With how many bones be broke last time, this would be useful. D-tier, Pain Blocker. This allows a quirk the user to be unable to detect any pain, both inside and outside their body, however they will still be injured. Yeah, if he needs the super regeneration, he'd rather not feel it. E-tier, Pointer. This allows the user to point in the direction of people, places, and things that they were looking for. Seemed simple enough. Izuku had chosen others. These were just the first. With a satisfied nod, he clicked the screen to confirm the merger of body bulk with camouflage echo. He watched as the two quirks swirled together in a display of lights and symbols. His body grew warm, and he could feel his muscles tense and relax as the quirks integrated. The fusion was complete, and a new title appeared on the screen, Soundless Titan. The name suited him perfectly, a silent giant who could sneak up on anyone. With Soundless Titan, Izuku could now manipulate his body's mass, increasing his strength and size, while still maintaining his ability to blend into the environment and mimic sounds. It was a powerful combination, one that would allow him to support from afar or charge into battle when needed. But Izuku wasn't finished yet. He looked back at the quirks he had merged so far. Soundless Titan was a formidable tool, but he wanted to be prepared for any situation. He returned his gaze to the section and hovered over Pointer. It was a quirk that didn't seem to fit his current theme, but the potential for reconnaissance and navigation was too tempting to ignore. He decided to take the risk and merge it with Soundless Titan. The screen flashed once more, and the quirks combined to create Echoing Bulk Navigator. The fusion was unlike anything he had felt before. His senses heightened, allowing him to not only sense his surroundings but to navigate them with uncanny precision. He could feel the pull of his targets, guiding him to them as if they were connected by an invisible thread. The quirks were now so intertwined that their names reflected the symbiosis of their abilities. Excited by the prospect of his evolving power, Izuku scanned the tiers once again, looking for the perfect final piece to complete his quirk set. His eyes fell upon Seeker's invisibility. The strategic potential of being able to move unseen was immense. He could protect and empower from the shadows without ever being discovered. The thought was exhilarating. Merging invisibility with Echoing Bulk Navigator was like adding the final slide to a masterpiece. The screen flickered, and the new quirk coalesced into Camouflage Titan Navigator. It was a name that spoke of stealth and power, a quirk that could change the landscape of heroism. Izuku felt his heart race with anticipation. He had crafted a quirk that was unlike any other, a quirk that could make him the ultimate support for any hero. With the ability to bulk up, turn invisible, copy sounds, and navigate with unparalleled precision, he would be the unsung hero that the world never saw coming. But he wasn't done yet. His gaze drifted back to the B-tier section, where Overclock caught his eye. This quirk allowed its user to speed up their perception of time, making them incredibly fast and reactive. The thought of combining this power with his Camouflage Titan Navigator was exhilarating. He knew that the combination could create a quirk that would allow him to be a force to be reckoned with, even in the most chaotic of battles. With a decisive click, Overclock began to merge with Camouflaged Titan Navigator. The process was quick, the two quirks seemingly eager to become one. Izuku felt his body pulse with a newfound energy, and his senses grew even sharper. The quirks harmonized, creating a symphony of power that resonated within him. The screen flickered once more, and the product emerged, Merged Quirk, Phantom Guardian. The name reflected the quirk's essence, a hero who could control the flow of battle, unseen yet ever-present. With his enhanced speed, he could move swiftly through the shadows, guiding and protecting without ever being seen by villains. But as the euphoria of his newfound abilities settled, a flicker of doubt crept into Izuku's mind. He had merged Soundless Titan with Invisibility, Overclock, and Pointer, creating a quirk that was both stealthy and powerful. Yet, the memory of his past battles, the pain he had endured, and the injuries he had suffered, whispered to him of the need for something more. Izuku's was ready for the final fusion. He moved the title card saying Super Regeneration to Phantom Guardian. This was it. A quirk that could heal him from almost any injury, that would grant him the ability to push beyond his physical limits and keep fighting for those who needed him most. The screen came to life one last time, and the product of the two quirks emerged. Spectre Sentinel, a name that whispered of a protector that could not be stopped, even by the harshest of wounds. The fusion was complete. Izuku felt his body surge with power, a mix of excitement and trepidation washing over him. He had made his choices, and now he had to live with them. With a deep breath, he clicked the screen to start his second chance at life. The world around him swirled into a kaleidoscope of colors, and he felt himself being drawn into the abyss. Here's hoping he can do better this time. As the colors faded, Izuku found himself in a familiar setting, though it was not the world he had left behind. He was in a hospital, and the soft cries of a newborn filled the air. His vision slowly cleared to reveal a room bustling with activity, and he realized that he was staring at his own tiny hands. He looked up to see the amazed faces of the doctors and nurses surrounding him, their eyes drawn to his unmistakable full head of white hair and fully red eyes, including the scara, a stark contrast to either of his parents. The room grew quieter as Inko, his mother, cradled him in her arms, tears streaming down her face. She looked at the doctors, fear voice trembling as they whispered, Is his quirk related to anyone in your family? She searched her mind for any hint of quirks in their lineage but came up short. No, she replied softly, not that I'm aware of. My family has telekinetic quirks and his father's side has fire quirks as far as I'm aware of. Izuku simply stared at her. It had been so long since he'd heard her voice, he'd forgotten it was possible to feel warmth and love in such a simple gaze. He tried to speak, to tell her it was him, her son, but his mouth would not form words, only cries of a newborn. Inko looked down at him, her eyes wide with wonder and fear. She had felt something strange when she was Prgnt, but nothing had prepared her for this. One of the doctors stepped forward, a gentle smile on his face as he spoke softly to Inko. Ma'am, your son's quirk seems to be a very rare one. It's not unheard of for a child to manifest a quirk that doesn't match their family lineage. We'll need to run some tests to understand the full extent of his abilities. Inko nodded, her grip on Izuku tightening slightly. She was scared for her child, for the attention he would surely draw, but she knew that fear was a part of being a mother, especially in a world of heroes and villains. She had hoped that maybe, just maybe, her son would inherit a quirk that would allow him to lead a quiet life. But fate had other plans. As the doctor began to examine Izuku, the young hero's thoughts raced. He had to be careful to keep his true identity hidden. He had to learn to control these new abilities, to become the hero he was always meant to be without the baggage of his past. He couldn't bear the thought of putting his mother through the pain of watching her son fight with 20 broken bones again. But the whispers of his former life grew louder, the echoes of battles fought and friends lost. He knew that deep down he was still Izuku Midoriya, the boy who dreamed of becoming a hero. And as he felt the power of Spectre Sentinel coursing through his veins, he made a silent vow to use his second chance to protect those who could not protect themselves, to ensure that no one else suffered as he had. The doctor's voice brought him back to reality. Ma'am, it appears that your son's quirk is indeed unique. We're seeing a combination of abilities that we've never encountered before. We'll need to monitor him closely to ensure his development is healthy and to understand how his quirk will manifest as he grows. Inko nodded, her eyes never leaving her baby boy's face. I'll do whatever it takes, she murmured, her voice filled with determination. Izuku felt a surge of pride for his mother, who had always been his rock. He knew she would support him through anything, just as she had in his past life. The days passed in a blur of tests and doctor's visits, but through it all, Inko was there, her love and strength a constant presence. Izuku slowly grew, his quirk remaining dormant, much to his relief. He studied his mother's face, committing every detail to memory. He knew that he had to be strong, not just for himself, but for her. Now you may be wondering where Izuku's father is? Well, he found out when he turned 18 in his past life that his father was long dead, before he was born. This left Inko to raise him alone, with her own job and her own set of struggles. And yet she had done such an amazing job. In the quiet moments between the whirlwind of hospital activity, Izuku couldn't help but think about the conversation that had taken place in the kitchen of their small apartment, the day she had told him the truth about his father. Her eyes had been filled with a mix of sadness and determination as she had explained that his father had been killed during a villain's rampage before Izuku had been born. The revelation had shaken him to his core, filling him with a sense of loss for the hero he had never known. The weight of that memory was almost too much to bear as he watched his mother now, her eyes filled with the same fierce love that had carried them through so much pain. He knew that this time around he would have to protect her from the dangers of the quirked world, from the very fate that had taken his father from them. We'll just have to wait and see if any other parts of his quirk manifest. Perhaps his quirk is simply having fully red eyes, one of the nurses suggested, trying to ease the tension in the room. Inko nodded, her eyes never leaving her son. Inko felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if she had lived this moment before. But she knew that was impossible. She had never seen a baby with eyes like Izuku's. Yet, there was something comforting in the familiarity, a knowingness that filled her with hope. Her mind raced with thoughts of what this could mean for her baby's future. Would he be a hero like many others wanted to be? Or would he be feared and misunderstood? Through the haze of exhaustion and fear, Inko made a silent promise to herself. She would do everything in her power to ensure that Izuku grew up to be a force for good, a beacon of hope in a world that often felt so dark. She would be his shield, his guide, his biggest fan. No matter what path he chose, she would be there, supporting him every step of the way, no matter what. Finally, after 2 weeks of observation and testing, the doctors deemed it safe for Izuku and Inko to leave the hospital. The moment they stepped into their quiet apartment, the weight of the outside world seemed to lift from their shoulders. The familiar sights and smells brought a sense of comfort, a stark contrast to the sterile walls of the hospital. Inko carefully placed Izuku in his crib, his tiny hands grasping at the air as if trying to grasp the very fabric of the world around him. The first night at home was a restless one for Inko. Every little sound made her jump, her eyes snapping to the monitor by her bedside to ensure that Izuku was okay. She had read all the reports, knew that his quirk was still a mystery, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to him than met the eye. The next day, as the sun streamed in through the windows, Izuku began to stir. His eyes fluttered open, and for a brief moment, Inko swore she saw a spark of recognition in them. But it was gone as quickly as it had come, replaced by the innocent gaze of a newborn. They spent the days in a gentle routine of feeding, changing and soothing. Yet, Izuku's mind was far from at peace. He observed the world around him with the wisdom of a man who had lived over a century, trying to piece together a new life from the fragments of his past. While Izuku's body was that of a newborn, his soul remained that of a seasoned hero. He found himself marveling at the simplicity of a world that had yet to be shaped by his influence. The mundane tasks of changing diapers and swaddling brought a strange comfort, a stark contrast to the battles he had once faced. As he watched Inko's tender care, he couldn't help but feel a pang of longing for his youth, for the days when he had looked to All Might with wide-eyed admiration, dreaming of the power he could one day hold. The Spectre Sentinel quirk remained dormant, much to his relief. He knew that the moment it awoke, his life would change forever. He had to prepare, to learn, to grow not just physically, but mentally and emotionally as well. This second chance was a gift, but it also came with a heavy burden. The world was vastly different than the one he had left behind, and he had to navigate it with the vulnerability of a child. In those quiet moments, as Inko sang him lullabies that echoed in his memory, he contemplated his future. Would he find the same friends? The same mentors? The same battles? Or would this new path lead him to uncharted territory? He felt the urge to reach out and tell her everything, to ease the burdens she had carried alone. But he knew that he couldn't. The truth was too great, too much for anyone to bear, especially a mother with a heart as pure as hers. Izuku made a silent promise to himself as he drifted off to sleep each night. He would grow, he would learn, and he would become the hero he was destined to be. But this time, he would do it for her, for Inko, the woman who had given him life not once, but twice, for his father, an honorable man. One evening, as Inko was preparing dinner, a strange notification popped up in the corner of Izuku's vision. It was a quest notification, something he hadn't seen since his days in the void. His heart skipped a beat as he read the words, "Welcome back, user. You have received your first quest. Quest: remind Midoriya about your father. Reward: Quirk, fire-breathing. Failure, an A. Credit to Voltic Frostfire for the suggestion. Izuku's mind raced as he tried to understand the significance of the quest. His father's legacy had always been a source of strength and inspiration for him, but he had never expected it to play a part in his new life. He closed his eyes and searched his memories, trying to recall every word Inko had ever said about her husband. In his past life, she had revealed that his father was an advent player of the trombone. He always played a certain tune. What was it? Days turned into weeks, and the quest remained in the back of Izuku's mind. He watched Inko closely for the right moment to fulfill his task. The opportunity presented itself one quiet afternoon as Inko sat beside the crib, her eyes lost in thought. Izuku could sense her sadness, the longing for the man she had loved. It reminded him of himself when he outlived her, and the fear for her child in this unpredictable world. He took a deep breath and focused his newborn lungs, trying to remember the melody of his father's playing. The soft, mournful notes of Moon River floated through his thoughts, and he hummed it softly. Inko's eyes snapped to him, and she leaned closer, her hand shaking slightly. "Izuku," she whispered, "did you?" Izuku nodded, his eyes filling with tears. He knew he had to be careful. If he revealed too much too soon, it could break her. He reached out with his tiny hand and touched her cheek, a silent promise that he was there and that he understood. The warmth of her skin was a stark reminder of the human connection he had missed for so long. Inko's eyes searched his, and for a moment he thought she could see him, the hero she had raised, the man she had lost. But the moment passed, and she took his hand, her thumb gently stroking his palm. "Your father used to play this for me," she said, her voice filled with a bittersweet nostalgia. "He said it was the most beautiful tune he knew." The words were like a key unlocking a treasure trove of memories. The melody grew stronger, and Izuku felt the warmth of the reward, fire-breathing, Quirk. Fire-breathing had now been merged with Spectre Sentinel, Quirk fusion result, Anabi Sentinel. The realization hit him like a sledgehammer, and he couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of his newfound power. A quirk that allowed him to not only blend into the shadows and mimic others but also to absorb fire and heat? The implications were vast, and the potential for creativity in combat was exhilarating. His eyes lit up with a fiery determination, a symbol of the new power he had earned. The quest had served its purpose, not just to remind Inko of her lost love, but to strengthen the bond between them. The room grew warmer as a soft golden glow enveloped Izuku. He felt the heat within him, a gentle warmth that grew stronger with each breath. He knew he had to keep it hidden for now, to protect himself and those around him. But the promise of the future was a beacon, guiding him through the fog of his new existence. As Inko continued to talk about his father, Izuku made another silent vow. He would not only honor his mother's love and sacrifice, but he would also carry forth the legacy of the man who had never had the chance to meet his son. The quirk was a part of him now, a piece of his soul that had been passed down through the ages. The days grew longer, and Izuku grew stronger, his body adapting to the new quirks that lay dormant within him. He watched the world around him with keen eyes, absorbing every detail. He noticed the subtle shifts in people's behaviors, the whispers of fear and hope that filled the air. He knew that the time was approaching when he would have to make his presence known, when he would have to step into the shoes of a hero once again. Inko, too, noticed the changes in her baby. His eyes, though still red, had a knowing quality to them that seemed to gaze into the very depths of her soul. His cries were less frequent, and when they did come, they seemed to hold a melody, almost as if he were trying to communicate. Her heart swelled with love and a hint of concern. What kind of quirk could her son have? Would he be like the heroes she had always admired from afar? The weeks passed, and with each new skill Izuku acquired, Inko grew more and more curious. He was developing at an astonishing rate, sitting up, rolling over, and even speaking a few words by the time he was 6 months old. His vocabulary was limited, but the words he did say held a wisdom beyond his years. Inko often found herself lost in thought, wondering if perhaps there was more to her baby than met the eye. One evening, as she rocked him to sleep, she whispered, "Izuku, my sweet boy, what is it that you're trying to tell me with those eyes?" What secrets do you hold within? His response was a soft coo, a gentle reminder that he was still just a baby. But as she watched him, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more, something extraordinary about him. Inko's curiosity grew with every passing day, as Izuku's development continued to surpass that of any normal child. He could sit up and play with toys with a precision that was unnerving, almost as if he had done so countless times before. She noticed that his eyes often searched the room, as if looking for something specific. Inko found herself lost in thought as she watched her baby, who was already standing with the help of the crib bars at 8 months. The way he moved was eerily reminiscent of the heroes she had seen in action, yet she pushed the thought away, attributing it to her overactive imagination fueled by her love for Izuku. That had to be it, right? 3 months later, Inko had grown increasingly concerned at Izuku's strange development. She decided to take him through a stroll through one of the parks nearby more often. It was during one of these outings that she bumped into Mitsuki, Bakugo, who was pushing her own baby, Katsuki, in a stroller. Both mothers exchanged pleasantries, their eyes lighting up at the sight of each other's children. Inko felt a peculiar mix of excitement and dread as she watched the two babies interact. Izuku's gaze remained sharp and focused, his movements deliberate as if he was sizing up the world around him. Katsuki, on the other hand, was a whirlwind of energy and emotion, his temper already showing signs of manifestation in the occasional explosive giggles that echoed through the park. It was Mitsuki who suggested the playdate. "Why don't we get the two of them together more often?" she said, her eyes sparkling with the hope of forging a bond between her already bratty child and Inko's prodigy. Inko nodded, her heart racing at the thought of Izuku being around someone his own age. 3 days later, the day of the playdate arrived. Inko had meticulously prepared the living room, filling it with age-appropriate toys and snacks. When the doorbell rang, she took a deep breath and opened the door to reveal Mitsuki and a babbling Katsuki, who was already reaching out to grab the doorframe. Izuku looked up from his play mat, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the familiar-eyed toddler. Izuku's body quivered with excitement as Katsuki was set down on the floor. Though he was still too young to fully grasp the concept of friendship, Izuku felt a bond with Kaken that was undeniable. Memories of their past lives as classmates and rivals flooded back to him, and he was overjoyed to see that the fiery spirit he knew so well again. As they played together, Izuku was careful not to let his true self show too much, but it was clear that Katsuki sensed something different about him, somehow. The moment Izuku saw Katsuki's fiery eyes, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Despite the vast differences in their current forms, he couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. He watched as Kaken's tiny hands grabbed onto the rattles and blocks with the same determination he had seen in battles long ago. The sight brought a gentle smile to his face, a rare expression for a baby, which Inko couldn't help but find oddly endearing. Yet, he was thrilled at the thought of the adventures they might share, the battles they might fight side by side again. The playdate was a whirlwind of laughter and chaos, as Katsuki's boundless energy filled the room. Izuku couldn't help but feel a deep sense of joy as he watched his friend, his rival, his comrade from a life that felt like a distant dream explore and interact with the world around him. Despite his new limitations, the bond they had formed in their past lives remained strong, a silent understanding that transcended the boundaries of time and existence. As the two babies played together, Izuku found himself reminiscing about their first class at UA High School, the fiery determination in Kaken's eyes, and the fierce competitive spirit that had driven them both to become the heroes they were destined to be. He had missed that fire, that passion that burned so brightly within his friend. Now, as he observed Katsuki's unbridled curiosity and enthusiasm, he was filled with hope for what their future might hold. Izuku was cautious, though. He knew that revealing his true nature would only lead to complications, to say nothing of the risk it posed to Katsuki and Mitsuki. He had to remain a baby for now, but the time would come when he would need to step up and be the hero he was meant to be. In the meantime, he was content to watch Katsuki grow, knowing that he would one day be by his side again, fighting for justice and protecting the world from those who threatened it. The days passed, and the two babies grew closer. Inko noticed that whenever Katsuki was around, Izuku's eyes seemed to light up with a particular spark, as if he recognized something special in the little boy with the explosive temperament. Katsuki, for his part, seemed to sense something in Izuku, often reaching for his hand or trying to share his toys, despite his usual disdain for sharing. During one of their playdates, as Izuku and Katsuki sat side by side in their little chairs, munching on tepid pureed peas, something strange happened. A bird outside the window caught Katsuki's attention, and he pointed, exclaiming, "Birdie!" Izuku's heart swelled, and a gentle smile played on his lips as he patted Katsuki's head in a soft, comforting gesture. It was a simple action, one that any parent might do to soothe their child, but to Izuku, it was so much more. It was a silent promise, a bond of friendship that transcended lifetimes, and a reminder of the camaraderie they had once shared on the battlefield. Mitsuki looked on with curiosity as she saw Izuku's tender interaction with her son. She had never seen such a gentle side to the usually stoic baby. "He's quite a special child, isn't he?" she murmured to Inko, who nodded in agreement, her eyes misty with unshed tears. As the two babies grew, so did their bond. Playdates turned into weekly rituals, and the two of them were inseparable. Izuku found himself looking forward to these moments more than he had ever anticipated, a stark contrast to the solitary life he had led as a hero. He watched with bated breath as Katsuki's quirk began to manifest, the same explosive power that had once terrified and inspired him. Man, this was nice. He was definitely going to miss this once he had to go back to fighting villains and risk losing lives. But for now, he'd cherish these moments of innocence and purity. The weeks rolled into months, and Izuku's anticipation grew with each passing day. He watched as Katsuki's quirk grew more prominent, the small explosions becoming more frequent and more powerful. Inko had noticed the changes in her son as well, but she was torn between fear for his safety and excitement for the future. One evening, as Izuku lay in his crib, contemplating the world he was about to re-enter, his mother entered the room. She looked at him with a mix of love and concern, her eyes searching for answers she wasn't quite ready to ask for. He simply stared. The silence grew heavy between them, the only sound the soft rustling of Izuku's blankets as he held himself still, trying to appear as innocent as any other baby. Inko took a deep breath and spoke softly, "Izuku, my love, I know something's different about you. I've felt it since the day you were born, and I see it more every day. Your eyes, they're so much like your father's, filled with a strength and wisdom that seems impossible for someone so young." Her words hung in the air, and for a brief moment, Izuku's facade wavered. He longed to tell her everything, to confess his true identity and the burden he carried. But he knew the truth was too much for her to handle. Instead, he offered a gentle smile, one that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Mama," he whispered, his voice still that of a child. Inko's heart ached at the sound of his baby's voice. "What is it, my sweet boy?" she asked, leaning closer to him, her hand gently brushing a stray hair from his forehead. "I'm here to help, Mama," Izuku said, his eyes filled with a determination that seemed to hold the weight of the world. "I promise." Inko felt a lump form in her throat. She knew her son was special, but she had no idea to what extent. Her mind raced with questions she didn't dare voice. Was this the quirk he had inherited? Was it something else entirely? Whatever it was, she knew that her baby was destined for greatness. The months turned to a year, and the playdates with Katsuki continued. As they grew, so did their quirks. Izuku's ever-changing quirk remained a secret, a tool that he honed in the quiet moments when he was alone. Inko noticed that her son's eyes never left Katsuki's side for long. There was something about the little boy with the explosive temper that called to Izuku, something that spoke to the hero within him. And as the two toddled around the living room, their laughter and occasional squabbles echoing through the air, she couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Their bond was undeniable, and she knew that it would shape the course of their lives. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the world they knew was about to change, that the peace they had fought so hard to maintain was hanging by a thread. And as she watched them play, she whispered a silent prayer to whatever power had granted her son a second chance. "Please," she murmured, "let him grow up happy, let him live a life free from the shadows of his past. Let him be the hero he was born to be." But fate, as it often does, had other plans. As the seasons changed and the two boys grew, so did the whispers of a new threat. It was subtle at first, a rumble in the distance that grew louder with each passing day. Inko tried to keep Izuku shielded from the outside world, but she knew that it was only a matter of time before the truth would come knocking on their door. And when it did, she would have to prepare her son for the battles ahead, to teach him the lessons of his past life, and to ensure that he didn't make the same mistakes twice. Because even in this new beginning, the specter of the past loomed large, a constant reminder of the destiny that awaited him. Izuku felt the shift in the air, the tension that grew with each passing week. He knew that the time to reveal himself was approaching, the moment when he would have to step out of the shadows and into the light once again. He was ready to be a hero, ready to use his new quirk to its full potential. But he was also scared. Scared of what it meant to have a quirk that was so powerful, yet so unpredictable in how it was only getting stronger. Scared of the responsibility that came with it. And scared of what might happen if he failed. So he waited, biding his time, preparing for the inevitable. And in the quiet moments before the storm, he held onto the promise he had made to his mother, the promise that burned in his heart like a beacon in the darkness. He would be there for Katsuki, no matter what. He would be the hero he was meant to be, not just for his mother, not just for his father, but for all the people who had placed their trust in him. He would use his mutating quirk not just to pseudo-copy quirks, but to understand them, to learn from them, and to become something greater than the sum of his parts. One sunny afternoon, as the two toddlers played in the sandbox, a strange aura enveloped Izuku's sight. His eyes grew wide as he felt the familiar sound of that system, a mission notification. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced in his first life, but it was clear that the universe had a new task for him. The message was simple: your friend Katsuki needs your help, quell his rage. Izuku looked at Katsuki, who was blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. His heart raced as he tried to process the implications. This was going to be difficult. Izuku watched Katsuki carefully, the weight of his newfound mission pressing down on his young shoulders. The child's uncontrolled bursts of noticeable anger grew more frequent, hinting at the immense power that lay dormant within him. It was clear that the time to act was approaching. He had to find a way to help his friend without revealing his true identity. One particularly stormy day, as the thunder crashed outside and the rain pattered against the windows, Katsuki's rage manifested as he lost a toy to a particularly stubborn knot in a plastic wrapper. His frustration grew into a full-blown tantrum, his eyes flaring dangerously as his fists clenched. Izuku knew he had to act. He approached Katsuki slowly, his eyes reflecting the calmness of a seasoned hero despite his baby body. Reaching out a small hand, Izuku touched Katsuki's arm, and the room grew eerily quiet. The tension dissipated as Katsuki's explosive outburst abated. In that moment, Izuku simply hugged him, offering a silent comfort that seemed to resonate with the troubled toddler. The warmth of his embrace seemed to soothe Katsuki, his body relaxing against Izuku's. For the first time since his rebirth, Izuku felt a flicker of his old power stir within him, a gentle warmth that promised he could make a difference. Days turned into weeks, and the moments of Katsuki's rage grew less frequent. Until one day he got a notification. Katsuki's rage is now at normal levels. He will now simply be cocky, winky face. Reward: shift, the ability to telepathically move themselves or objects up to twice the user's current height. Horn antler growth may occur as a result. Credit to Sanakuni. Izuku couldn't help but feel a strange sense of pride swell in his chest as he felt the two tiny bumps form on his head. It was an unexpected development, but as he thought about it, it made a peculiar kind of sense. The universe had granted him a quirk that grew with every encounter, and now it was evolving in a way that was both bizarre and fascinating. He reached up with his hand and felt the bumps gently. They were firm and smooth, almost like the beginnings of antler or horn buds. He had never seen anything quite like it, but he knew it was a sign that his power was growing, adapting to the new challenges that awaited him. He got a new notification: Quirks, Shift, and Anabi Sentinel are now merged. Quirk Fusion Result, Onai Sentinel. Izuku stared at the screen in amazement, his eyes widening at the prospect of what he had just created. Oni Sentinel. The name alone sent chills down his spine. As he sat in wonder, contemplating his newfound power, the door to the room creaked open. Inko walked in, a gentle smile playing on her lips as she looked upon her son. However, her expression quickly changed when she noticed the two bumps protruding from his forehead. Izuku now, what are these? She asked, really to herself, approaching him to hold him up with a mix of concern and curiosity. Izuku looked up at her, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It's okay, Mama, he said, reaching up to touch the bumps, trying to show just that. Inko felt a pang of anxiety. We'll see about that, she murmured, deciding not to alarm him yet. She gently picked up Izuku and cradled him in her arms, feeling the skin around his new bumps. It were surprisingly hard, unlike anything she had ever felt before when touching something else. She knew that this was not a typical development for a baby, perhaps it was something about his quirk? Making a decision, Inko decided she was going to seek professional help if the bumps stayed. As the days passed and the bumps stayed, Inko's worry grew stronger. Despite Izuku's innocent attempts at reassurances, she couldn't ignore the fact that his condition was far from typical. After much deliberation, she decided it was time to take him to the hospital to see if there was anything that was wrong. The day of the appointment arrived, and Inko dressed Izuku in a cute outfit, trying to put on a brave face despite her fears. As they stepped into the brightly lit hospital, the smells and sounds brought back memories of her own youthful days, when she had wished for nothing more than to get a super strong quirk. Izuku, however, felt differently. Now, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if he were about to face a challenge that she had encountered before. Hello, Mrs. Midoriya. And this young man is Izuku Midoriya, I presume? His heart dropped to his stomach after hearing him. He knew this hospital was far too familiar, and not in a good way. When he looked up, his worst fears were realized. It was him. In the bustling hospital, Inko followed the doctor's directions, carrying Izuku in her arms, as they approached the pediatrician's office. The nameplate on the door read, Tsubasa. Izuku's heart skipped a beat as the memories of his past life flooded back. The man who had once been Kyudai Garaki, all for one's infamous doctor, now greeted them with a friendly smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He could tell even with his glasses. His demeanor was a stark contrast to the cold, calculated man Izuku remembered from his days fighting against the villainous organization. Now, he was simply Dr. Tsubasa, a man who had seemingly just wanted to help children. His grandson proved otherwise. God, he has nightmares and still remembered when they found out about. His thoughts were cut off as Inko began to explain Izuku's condition. Dr. Tsubasa's gaze lingered on the bumps, his smile slipping for a brief second before he regained his composure. Izuku felt his thoughts racing, his heart thumping wildly in his chest. This was the man who had saved All for One from his first fight with All Might, who had dissected and experimented on so many without mercy. This man in front of him was one of two people he'd truly consider evil. What would he think of the little anomalies on his forehead? The doctor examined Izuku with a gentle touch, his eyes narrowing as he felt the horns beneath the baby's soft skin. He had to keep his cool, to not let on that he knew the true nature of his mother's concern. He couldn't let this man know his secret, not yet. Dr. Tsubasa's smile never wavered as he assured Inko that the horns were just a benign growth, likely a result of a mild genetic mutation. He recommended monitoring them, but otherwise, there was no cause for alarm. As Inko nodded, visibly relieved, Izuku couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. The man who had been the secondary face of his darkest battles was now the one responsible for his health. It was a twist of fate that made him feel as if he were walking on a tightrope with no safety net below. With the appointment over, Inko carried Izuku out of the hospital, her eyes scanning the surroundings with a newfound vigilance. Despite the doctor's reassurances, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As they stepped out into the fresh air, Izuku felt a weight lifted from his chest. He had survived the encounter, without revealing his true nature. But as they walked home, his thoughts grew heavy once more. He had to find a way to use Oni Sentinel to protect those he cared about, to ensure that Japan and the wider world at large didn't nearly fall into darkness again. The horns on his forehead grew more pronounced with each step, a silent declaration of the power that now resided within him. It was a power that could change the course of history, if used correctly. And as the rain began to fall again, mixing with the tears he had held back, Izuku made a promise to himself. He would become the hero that his mother had always seen in him. He would stand as the Oni Sentinel, a guardian of peace and justice in a world that had forgotten what true heroism meant. And he would do it all without the need for the spotlight, without the burden of being the symbol of peace. For now, he was just a baby with a quirk that made him a little bit different. But deep down, Izuku knew that he was much more than that. He was a force of nature, a beacon of hope in a world that needed saving. And with Katsuki by his side, he was ready to face whatever the future had in store. The rain grew heavier, washing away the fear and uncertainty of the past. As they arrived home, Inko held Izuku a little tighter, whispering words of love and protection into his ear. Inside the warm embrace of their home, Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the power of Oni Sentinel pulsing within him. It was time to begin his new life as a hero, a life filled with challenges and growth, a life where he would learn to wield his quirk with the same care and precision that he had once dreamed of. And as the storm raged on outside, a quiet determination grew within him, a flame that would never be extinguished. The world was about to meet a hero like no other, one who would fight not just for the sake of fighting, but for the future of everyone he loved. As the days grew warmer and closer to his first birthday on July 15th, Izuku found himself becoming increasingly worried at the numerous pieces of his last life. The horns on his forehead had grown to be quite noticeable, but Inko had become accustomed to them, realizing them as a unique part of her son's charm rather than a source of concern. The anticipation of his birthday was palpable, not just for the celebrations but for the impending arrival of his Plus Ultra package, a gift from the universe for his first year of life. He knew it would be something significant, something that could change everything. Izuku watched as his mother meticulously prepared for the party, inviting friends and family, all the while keeping an eye on her son and his mysterious growth. On the morning of his birthday, Izuku felt the usual warmth of his mother's embrace as she whispered, "Happy birthday, my little hero," and placed a gentle kiss on his forehead. He looked into her eyes and wished that he could tell her everything, but he knew he had to protect her from the truth. The universe had granted him a second chance, but it came with a responsibility that she could never fully understand. The party was a delightful whirlwind of balloons, laughter, and cake. Katsuki was there, as energetic and explosive as ever, seemingly oblivious to the monumental changes happening in his best friend's life. As they played together, Izuku couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness, knowing that he would have to keep his true self hidden even from him. But the time for gifts soon approached, and as the guests gathered around him, Izuku felt his heart race. Inko handed him a beautifully wrapped box, her eyes filled with love and hope. He took a deep breath and opened it, revealing an all-might onesie, somewhat a reminder of the hero he once was. The room grew quiet as Izuku's eyes watered, not with sadness, but with joy. It was as if the universe had sent him a message, a symbol of the heroic spirit that still burned within him. He looked up and saw the smiles on the faces of his mother and Katsuki, and he couldn't help but laugh through his tears. He had been granted a new life, a chance to start over, and he was going to cherish it. In that moment, he felt a warmth spread through his body, and the horns on his forehead grew a little more pronounced. He knew that the Oni Sentinel was preparing for what was to come, that his power was acknowledging his unwavering resolve to become a hero once more. As the party continued, Izuku played with his new toys, his heart swelling with happiness. But as the last guest left and the house grew quiet, he looked at his mother, his eyes filled with a determination she had never seen before. "Mom," he said, his voice steady, "I want to be a hero." Inko's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly composed herself, nodding with a smile. "I knew you would say that," she replied, her voice filled with a mix of pride and relief. She had always known that her son had a special destiny, and she would support him every step of the way. The room grew silent as they shared a knowing look. The path ahead was fraught with unknowns, but Izuku was ready to face them with the courage and conviction that had defined his past life. His mother's belief in him was a beacon that guided him, a reminder that no matter what quirks he held, he was born to be a hero. And so, as the sun set on his first birthday in this new life, Izuku cried tears of joy. He had been given a gift beyond measure, a chance to rewrite his story, to be the hero he was always meant to be. With Oni Sentinel by his side and the love of his mother to guide him, he knew that no obstacle would ever be too great. As Inko tucked him into bed, she noticed the horns had grown slightly larger, almost as if responding to his declaration. She caressed them gently, a silent promise to support him through the trials that lay ahead. Izuku looked up at her, his eyes reflecting the flicker of the candle on the nightstand, and whispered, "Thank you, Mom," a gentle hum that grew stronger with each passing moment. The notification chimed in the quiet of the night, jolting Izuku out of his thoughts. It was a birthday message from the universe itself, a gentle reminder of the power he now possessed. The message read, "Happy first birthday, Izuku Midoriya. As a gift, you get a new quirk. Quirk, Lizard has now been merged with Oni Sentinel, quirk fusion result, Imori Guard. Congratulations on surviving this far. Credit to Rimagama." Izuku's eyes grew wide with shock and excitement. He had never expected such a gift. "Imori Guard," he murmured, feeling the power surge through his body. He could feel the scales of Lizard and the unyielding strength of Oni Sentinel melding together, creating a formidable barrier around him. He had to test it, to understand the extent of his new abilities. Rushing to the backyard, Izuku called upon the might of Imori Guard, his body transforming before his very eyes. The horns grew more prominent, a tail sprouted from his lower back, and his skin became a mix of scales and rock-like armor. His mother watched from the window, her heart racing with a mix of fear and awe. The power was overwhelming, but he had to master it. He focused on a distant memory of the first time All Might had entrusted him with One for All, channeling that same courage into his newfound form. The transformation was successful, and Izuku felt the unmistakable sensation of his quirks working in unison. He could feel the heat of his surroundings, a nod to thermal sense, and the sticky residue of sticky fingers on his new scales. The echo chameleon aspect of his quirk allowed him to mimic the sounds of the night, while Imori Guard gave him an unprecedented level of protection. He was a force to be reckoned with, a hero who could blend into the shadows and emerge when needed, a true guardian of peace. The enhancement to his echo quirk was immediate and natural. His reptilian ears picked up sounds with uncanny precision, and his ability to mimic them was now almost effortless. It was as if he had been born with the power of the lizard, the quirk integrating with his very being. The chameleon aspect of his quirk was also heightened. His scales shifted and changed color, allowing him to blend into his environment with astonishing ease. It was the perfect disguise for a hero who didn't seek the spotlight. With his newfound instincts, Izuku felt a surge of sneakiness that came naturally to him. He slithered through the grass, his movements eerily silent and fluid, like a lizard stalking its prey. The combination of Echo Chameleon and Imori Guard had made him instinctively sneakier, a trait that would serve him well in his future endeavors. He could now navigate the city unnoticed, listening in on conversations and gathering information that could be crucial to saving lives. The potential of his quirk was vast, and Izuku's mind raced with the possibilities. He could copy the sounds of sirens to lead people to safety, or mimic the roar of a monstrous creature to scare off attackers. The Echo Chameleon aspect made his Imori Guard quirk even more powerful, allowing him to blend in while also having the element of surprise. It was a good balance of stealth and might, a combination that could make him a formidable hero, one who could support those in need without the weight of expectation that came with being the symbol of peace. But as he continued to explore his new abilities, Izuku felt the power within him growing stronger. The universe had granted him a second gift, a hidden state within Imori Guard. This was the body bulk aspect of his quirk, and it came with two distinct forms. The first was the lizardman state, which retained his human-like height and build but enhanced his agility and stealth. His scales shimmered with a vibrant green hue, and his muscles rippled with the grace of a predatory lizard. This form allowed him to move with unparalleled speed and silence, clinging to walls and ceilings as if he were a creature born of the shadows. The animalistic grace of the lizard complemented his echo-chameleon abilities, making him a master of the urban jungle. But the true revelation came when he discovered the wearing state dragon mode. This form was a terrifying sight to behold, his body swelling with power and his features would take on a more draconic appearance. His horns would grow long and spiked, his eyes would burn with a fiery intensity, and his tail would become a weapon of destruction. His skin would be a mix of scales and rock-like armor, even more impenetrable than before, and the ends of his limbs would become deadly claws. In this state, Izuku's strength and speed would be amplified to monstrous levels. He could breathe fire, a terrifying and powerful addition to his repertoire. His teeth would secrete a potent venom that could paralyze his enemies, allowing him to incapacitate them without killing. The transformation was a sight to behold, a testament to the sheer might of HTMYQ Guard. However, with great power came great responsibility. Izuku knew that this form was not to be used lightly. The potential for destruction was immense, and he feared the consequences of losing control. He would practice tirelessly, continuously pushing the limits of his new form, learning to harness the power without succumbing to it. Each transformation was a battle with his inner beast, a struggle to maintain his humanity amidst the primal instincts that now coursed through his veins. In the quiet moments, when he wasn't thinking about training or exploring his new abilities, Izuku couldn't help but wonder about the future. What would the world think of a hero who could become a creature of the night, a being that could blend in and strike without warning? He knew that the path ahead was fraught with challenges, that he would have to navigate the fine line between heroism and the fear that his new form could inspire. But he was determined to use HTMYQ Guard for good, to be a beacon of hope for those who had none. He thought back to Bedor his first year at UA High School, to the time when he had first met All Might, the man who had inspired him to become a hero. The memory of their first encounter was as vivid as if it had happened just moments before. All Might had seen something in him, something that had convinced him to pass on the great responsibility of one for all. Now, Izuku had been granted a new tool, one that was entirely his own, and he would not squander it. He knew that he couldn't do it alone. He needed to build a network of allies, a team that could support him in his new role. His thoughts turned to the students at UA, to the friends he had made, and the enemies he had vanquished. Would they recognize him in his new form? Could they trust him, knowing the power that he now wielded? With these questions swirling in his mind, Izuku turned his gaze to the night sky, where the stars twinkled like the dreams of the heroes he had once aspired to be. He knew that he had to keep his new identity a secret, not just to protect himself, but to protect those around him. The weight of his decision was heavy on his shoulders, but he was not alone. He had his mother, and he had the spirit of All Might within him, a spirit that had never truly left. Izuku felt a newfound sense of purpose, a burning drive to protect and serve. He understood that HTMYQ Guard was not just a quirk, it was a part of him now, a part that demanded discipline and control. In the coming months, he would train relentlessly, pushing his body and mind to the brink to ensure that he could handle the power within him. He would need to be ready for the battles that were sure to come, for the enemies that lurked in the shadows of society, waiting for their moment to strike. Time marched on, and with it, Izuku's resolve grew stronger. His mother watched him from afar, her heart swelling with pride as she saw the dedication and perseverance that had always been a part of her son. She knew that he would face trials and tribulations, but she had faith that he would emerge from them a hero. As the years passed and Izuku was approaching his 4th birthday in this new life, where he would finally awaken his quirk and be able to train it, the anticipation grew palpable. His mother, Inko, had noticed his intense focus and the way he studied his environment, as if searching for clues to unlock the secrets of his quirk. She knew that the day was approaching when he would need her guidance more than ever before. But he also had to set dominoes for a better future in place. With his maturity, he'd been given access to a computer for his 3rd birthday, while he let his mother believe he was watching videos about heroes, which he was, but that wasn't the only thing. He had been using it for hacking. Not for any nefarious purpose, but to reach out to a certain classmate. But enough of that, it was nearing the time his and Katsuki's quirks would awaken. With Imori Guard at his disposal, Izuku knew he had to be prepared to face his former rival with a new set of skills. His heart raced as he thought of the potential clash between them, but he pushed those thoughts aside. For now, he had to ensure that he could control the beast within, that he could be the hero he was destined to be without letting the power consume him. As the days grew longer and the nights grew warmer once again, the whispers of the impending first quirk activation of his best friend grew louder in Izuku's mind. He knew that Katsuki's quirk would be a game-changer, and the anticipation was almost too much to bear. He had to be ready, not just for his own sake but for Katsuki's as well. The day finally arrived, and as the sun rose, the two friends found themselves in the usual park, surrounded by the whispers of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. Katsuki looked at Izuku with a mix of excitement and nerves, his eyes wide with anticipation. It's gonna be any day now, I'll finally get to see how cool my quirk is. The moment came like a bolt of lightning. Katsuki's hands erupted in a fiery explosion, the air crackling with energy. When the flames died down, the young boy stood before them, his fists ablaze with a fiery aura. His eyes met Izuku's, a smug grin spreading across his face. "How's that for an entrance?" he boasted. "Cool." The sound of teens' laughter suddenly pierced through the quiet of the park. A group of them approached, their eyes fixed on the peculiar young boy with horns and reptilian eyes. Katsuki's grin faded as he recognized the signs of trouble. Izuku tensed up, his skin shifting slightly as he readied himself for what was to come. "Look at this freak," one of them sneered, pointing at Izuku. "What's with the bloodshot eyes, loser?" The leader of the group, a tall, burly teen with a sneer etched into his face, took a step closer to Izuku. "What's your deal, freak? Did your daddy fill you with beer or something?" The mention of his father was like a match to the dry kindling of Izuku's temper. The primal rage that had laid dormant within him since his rebirth surged to the surface, a fiery wrath that had been simmering for over a century. His eyes flashed with the intensity of 1,000 suns, his body vibrating with the power of the dragon that now dwelt within him. He had faced down demons and monsters in his previous life, and now mere bullies dared to tarnish the memory of his father? The words echoed in his mind, a taunt that resonated with the pain of his past. In his time, people with heteromorphic quirks actually became the majority, with the last quirkless person born when he was 70, he had nearly forgotten that this was not reality in his time. "You dare." Izuku's voice grew cold, a low hiss escaping his lips as he felt the power of Imori Guard stirring within him. The system's notification buzzed in his mind, interrupting his thoughts. Notification. User Izuku Midoriya, you have felt rage at a civilian for the first time. You get a new quirk for this achievement. Quirk. Deviljo has now been merged with Imori Guard. Quirk fusion result. Kappa Guard. Credit to Kiwisburb. Izuku's eyes widened as he felt his body change again, his muscles bulking up and his skin turning a deep, shadowy green. His quirk had also activated. Izuku looked down at his hands, which now ended in sharp, clawed appendages, a stark contrast to his human form. His clothes had ripped away, replaced by scales that gleamed like dark emeralds in the early morning light. His body had grown taller and more robust, and the horns on his forehead grew much longer, most likely about a foot tall, or would it be long, each hinting at the power that lay dormant within him. His eyes had become piercing crimson slits, and his teeth had elongated into sharp fangs. He could feel the strength coiling within him, begging to be unleashed. He was no longer a mere human, but a creature of myth and legend. The bullies took a collective step back, their bravado vanishing in the face of the monstrous form that now stood before them. Katsuki, his own quirk ablaze, looked at his friend in amazement. "What the hell is this?" he murmured, his voice a mix of fear and awe. "This," Izuku said, his voice a low growl, "is Kappa Guard." He looked at the trio of bullies before him, their eyes wide with fear. The leader of the group had gone pale, his sneer replaced with a trembling lip. "And it's time for you to learn some manners," he added, taking a step forward. The bullies didn't wait for another word. They turned tail and ran, their sneers forgotten in the face of the monstrous form that Izuku had become. Katsuki watched them flee, his own quirk still blazing. "What was that?" he asked, still in shock. "My quirk," Izuku replied, his voice still tinged with the growl of his new form. He took a deep breath, focusing on the power coursing through his body. With a conscious effort, he felt the scales recede, his horns shrinking back to their usual size, and his clothes mending themselves. "It's called Kappa Guard. I can manipulate my body into something other," he explained, his voice returning to normal. Katsuki stared at him, his own quirk still flickering. That's insane," he breathed. "What can it do?" "I don't know, not fully," Izuku admitted, his heart still racing. "But I have a feeling we're going to find out." He offered a small smile, trying to ease the tension that hung in the air. "It's like nothing I've ever seen before. But I know it's going to make us stronger." The two friends stood in the quiet park, the echoes of their earlier excitement replaced by a newfound understanding of the world they were about to enter. They had always dreamed of becoming heroes, but now, with these new abilities, the stakes felt higher than ever. Izuku knew that with great power came great responsibility, and he was determined to use his quirk wisely. But even as he thought of the future, the whispers of his past life remained. The battles he had fought, the enemies he had faced, the lives he had saved. He knew that he could not ignore the lessons of his previous life, that he had to be vigilant, always prepared for what might come next. "Let's go," he said finally, his voice firm. "We'll probably get in trouble if we stay here much longer." The two of them took off, their hearts still racing from the unexpected turn of events. As they ran, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. He glanced around, his heightened senses on alert, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Katsuki, on the other hand, seemed to have forgotten the incident already, his mind racing with the possibilities of his own quirk. "We've got to tell someone about this," he exclaimed. "This is huge, Izuku. We could be the next big thing." Izuku nodded. "Want to see how I do against your blasts?" Katsuki's eyes lit up. "Bring it on." The two of them charged at each other. A fiery explosion met with a flash of green scales and a powerful roar. The air around them distorted with the collision of their quirks, the flames of Katsuki's explosion quirk clashing against the shield that Izuku had formed with his Kappa Guard. The force of the impact sent the bullies fleeing even further, their taunts forgotten in the face of the overwhelming display of power. As the smoke cleared, the two friends stood panting, grinning from ear to ear. They had done it. They had activated their quirks. They had taken the first step towards their dreams. But Izuku knew that this was just the beginning. The journey ahead was fraught with challenges, and he had to be ready for whatever the world threw at him. "We need to tell our parents," Izuku said, his voice a mix of excitement and caution. "Yeah, right?" Katsuki nodded, his eyes still alight with the thrill of battle. "But we can't just go around blasting everything. We have to be careful." Katsuki knew Izuku was right. They had to learn to control their powers, and quickly. The potential for destruction was immense, and they couldn't risk hurting anyone, especially not after what they had just done to the bullies. The two of them agreed to keep their newfound abilities a secret for now, focusing on training in private. Izuku couldn't wait to show his mother, though. He knew she would be overjoyed to see that he had not only awakened a quirk but had been granted something so incredibly powerful. As they arrived home, Izuku's heart pounded in his chest, the anticipation building. He found Inko in the kitchen, humming to herself as she prepared dinner. The sight of her brought a warmth to his heart, a reminder of the love and comfort she had provided him all his life. He took a deep breath and called out to her, "Mom, I need to show you something." She turned around, a smile on her face, and her eyes widened when she saw Izuku's transformed state. "Izuku, what happened to you?" she gasped, taking a step back. The kitchen lights reflected off his scales, casting an eerie glow in the room. "It's okay, Mom," he assured her, his voice still deep and resonant. "This is my quirk. I call it Kappa Guard." He began to explain the merging process, the system's notification, and the newfound power within him. Inko's expression shifted from shock to amazement, her hand flying to cover her mouth. Inko stared at her son, the fear slowly dissipating from her eyes as she processed the gravity of the situation. She had always known that Izuku was special, but this was beyond anything she could have ever imagined. "Izuku," she breathed, her voice trembling slightly. "This is incredible." Izuku's smile grew wider as he watched his mother's reaction. He had always dreamed of making her proud, and now, with Kappa Guard at his disposal, he knew that he could do just that. He took a step closer to her, his clawed hands outstretched. "It's okay, Mom," he assured her. "I can control it." With a gentle touch, Izuku transformed back into his human form, the scales receding and the horns shrinking until he was once again the boy she knew and loved. Inko's eyes filled with tears as she reached out and took his hand, her heart swelling with pride. "My little hero," she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. "I knew you would do great things." The two of them stood in the kitchen, the aroma of dinner forgotten as they shared a moment of pure joy and wonder. Izuku knew that his mother would support him in this new chapter of his life, just as she had in the old one. With her by his side, he felt invincible, ready to tackle whatever the world had in store for him. But the reality of their situation quickly set in. Inko's eyes grew serious as she looked at him. "We need to get your quirk registered." "Yeah," Izuku nodded, his excitement tempered by the gravity of the situation. They got ready, Izuku changing into a clean school uniform to hide his true form. Afterwards they headed to the local Hero Association branch, where they were greeted by a friendly receptionist who took down their details. The process was surprisingly quick and painless, the system seemingly designed to be efficient for the high volume of quirk manifestations that occurred daily. As they waited for their turn, Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. He hadn't been here before, but he knew the drill from his past life. Kids with quirks were registered into a database, and their abilities were cataloged and studied. It was a necessary part of a world where quirks were the norm. But this time, it was different. He had something truly unique, something that could change the game. The receptionist called their names, and they followed her down a hallway lined with doors, each leading to a private examination room. Izuku felt a knot in his stomach as they approached the room where he would demonstrate his new quirk. What would the examiner think of Kappa Guard? Would they be as impressed as he was? The room was stark, with only a few pieces of equipment and a large, open space for the demonstration. The examiner, a stern-looking woman with a quirk that allowed her to manipulate eye color, nodded curtly at them as they entered. "Good afternoon, Midoriya-kun," she said, her eyes scanning over the paperwork in front of her. "I understand you've had quite the breakthrough." "Yes, ma'am," Izuku replied, his nerves evident. He could feel Katsuki's excitement radiating off of him, a stark contrast to his own trepidation. "Very well, let's begin," she said, her voice brisk and professional. "Please, activate your quirk." With a deep breath, Izuku focused his thoughts, and the transformation took hold. The scales emerged, the horns grew, and the claws extended, yet he felt weaker. Was that the Deviljo aspect of his quirk? Katsuki couldn't help but let out a whistle of amazement, drawing a glare from the examiner. The woman studied him closely, her gaze intense as she took notes. "Impressive," she murmured, her tone still unreadable. "Your control seems quite adept for someone who's just manifested." Izuku nodded, his heart racing as he prepared for the next phase. "Thank you," he managed, his voice still a low growl. He knew he had to be careful with his words in this form. "All right, let's move on to the practical exam," she said, her eyes never leaving him. "You'll need to show us how else you can use your quirk." They got ready to go, Izuku's mind racing with strategy. He had never used Kappa Guard in a real fight before, only against Katsuki in that playful spar. He knew he had to be careful not to reveal too much of his past knowledge, lest he draw suspicion. The practical exam began with a series of simple tests, dodging projectiles, lifting weights, and breaking through barriers. Each time, Kappa Guard performed flawlessly, the scales and horns adapting to whatever challenge was thrown his way. The examiner's eyes grew wider with each feat, and even Katsuki looked at him with newfound respect. But it was the final test that truly showcased the depth of Izuku's quirk. The examiner sent a barrage of quirks at him, a simulation of a real battle scenario. Without missing a beat, Izuku transformed into Kappa Guard and went invisible, his scales blending perfectly with the environment. His thermal sense kicked in, allowing him to track the movements of the attackers by their heat signatures. As they approached, he struck, his sticky fingers grabbing onto them, crushing them. The room was soon a whirlwind of chaos, with the examiner and Katsuki watching in awe. Izuku's echo chameleon aspect allowed him to mimic the sounds of his opponents. The examiner nodded, clearly impressed. Your quirk is quite versatile, Midoriya-kun. But I suspect there's more to it than meets the eye. Can you show us any other aspects of your Kappa Guard? Izuku took a deep breath and focused his thoughts once more. The scales on his body began to ripple, and with a soft pop, his form shifted again. This time, his skin took on a slightly transparent quality, and his eyes grew large and round, mimicking the echo chameleon aspect of his quirk. I can also mimic the sounds of my targets, he explained. The examiner's eyes narrowed as she studied him, taking notes. Interesting, she said, her voice still calm and measured. I can also do this. With a roar, Izuku shifted again, and a burst of fire shot from his mouth, lighting up the room. The examiner jumped back in surprise, and even Katsuki took a step away from the blast. The fire was unlike any they had ever seen, a blue that danced and twisted in the air. It was a stark contrast to the fiery red and orange of Katsuki's own explosion quirk. The room grew hot, and the simulated attackers retreated, their movements becoming more frantic as the flames grew closer. Izuku's eyes searched for the source of the fire, his heart racing with excitement and fear. This was something new, something he hadn't anticipated. The fire grew larger, consuming everything in its path, and Izuku felt the heat on his skin, even through his quirk's natural defenses. His mind raced as he tried to understand this uncontrollable power. It was as if his quirk had a mind of its own, drawing from his deepest desires and darkest fears to manifest in a way that was both terrifying and exhilarating. As the flames began to die down, the examiner coughed, her eyes wide with astonishment. That was something. Izuku looked at her, his eyes filled with a mix of shock and determination. I didn't mean to do that, he said, his voice a bit shaky. It's the first time it's happened. The woman took a step closer to him, her gaze unwavering. Your quirk is powerful, Midoriya, she said, her tone no longer brisk but filled with wonder. You'll definitely be a pro-hero with that quirk. Izuku felt a strange sense of pride, but also a hint of contempt. He had his entire life tried to prove that quirks aren't everything. It wasn't until Dai graduated that it finally started to fully change. With shift and fire breath at his disposal, he had become the epitome of what he had always feared, a hero who relied solely on power. He knew he had to be more than that, to honor the legacy he left behind. He would get back to training his body like it was before and after his time with One for All. He did know how to fight, but no need to get rusty after all. It's Katsuki's turn, the examiner said, her voice echoing in the now quiet room. Katsuki stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had been waiting for this moment, to prove himself worthy of the title hero, just like Izuku. The examiner looked at him expectantly, and Katsuki braced himself, calling upon the power of explosion. The room trembled as a burst of fiery red and orange shot from his hand, the force of the blast pushing the air aside. The walls of the exam room were reinforced to withstand such demonstrations, but even so, the heat was intense. Impressive, she said, her eyes gleaming. Your control is lacking, but you have a long time to improve on it. Now, let's see what else you can do with explosion. Katsuki grinned, eager to show off. He had spent countless hours pushing his quirk to its limits, creating new and innovative ways to use his explosive power. He knew that raw strength wasn't enough to be a great hero. He needed finesse and strategy. As the examiner threw various objects at him, Katsuki dodged and weaved. His explosions scorched every robotic target with precision. His movements were swift and calculated, a stark contrast to the brute force he had once relied upon. Izuku watched from the sidelines, his heart swelling with pride for his friend. Katsuki had come a long way from the hot-headed boy who believed might made right. "Thank you for both of your time," the examiner said as she concluded her notes. "We'll need to monitor the development of your quirks closely, but you both have incredible potential." They left the exam room, the weight of their newfound abilities pressing heavily upon them. Inko held onto Izuku's hand, her eyes still wide with disbelief and excitement. "You're going to be amazing, Izuku," she said, her voice filled with hope. Izuku nodded, his thoughts a whirlwind of possibilities and responsibilities. The Kappa Guard quirk was something he hadn't anticipated, but he knew that with great power came great responsibility. He had to ensure that he used his abilities wisely, for the sake of everyone around him. The two of them made their way to the exit of the Hero Association building, the hustle and bustle of the city outside beckoning them. As they stepped out into the sunlight, Izuku felt a renewed sense of purpose. He had been given a second chance, and he wasn't going to waste it. "Mom, I want to train." "I'll help you with that," Inko said with a knowing smile, her eyes shining with the same determination that Izuku had seen in his own reflection. She had always supported his dreams, and she wasn't about to let him face this new challenge alone. They found a local dojo, one that specialized in a unique combat style that combined traditional martial arts. It was a perfect fit for Izuku, who had honed his fighting skills over a century of experience. The sensei, a stoic man with a quirk that allowed him to manipulate metal, took them in without hesitation. He saw the potential in their eyes and knew that with the right guidance, they could become the heroes they aspired to be. Katsuki's eyes lit up as he watched the students spar, their quirks weaving in and out of the ancient martial art forms. He had wanted to learn to fight since his play spar with Izuku, to channel his explosive power into something more than just brute strength. With Izuku by his side, he knew that this was the perfect opportunity. The two of them began their training with a fierce dedication. Under the watchful eye of the sensei, Izuku found that his body still remembered the moves from his past life, his muscles responding almost instinctively. Yet, he knew that he couldn't rely solely on his past skills. He had to adapt to the new quirks he now possessed, to become a hero who could stand on his own, without the crutch of one for all. Katsuki, on the other hand, was a sponge, soaking up every piece of knowledge thrown his way. He practiced tirelessly, pushing his explosion quirk to new limits when they left. His fiery blasts grew more precise, and he learned to control the power surging through his veins. Izuku watched his friend's growth with admiration, reminded of his own early days under All Might's tutelage. The dojo became their sanctuary, a place where they could hone their abilities without fear of judgment or the pressure of the outside world. But amidst their rigorous training, Izuku couldn't shake off a niggling feeling of dread about his past life. His mind kept wandering to his former classmate Yuga. Had his parents already made an almost literal deal with the devil? With his hacking abilities he picked up in his last year of Yuda, Izuku had the ability to access information in ways that were previously impossible for him. The sun had set, and the neon lights of the city painted the streets below in a vibrant array of colors. In the quiet solitude of his room, Izuku sat before his computer, his mind racing. He had to know if his suspicions about Yuga's parents' timing were true. He knew it was an invasion of privacy, but the weight of his past life's unresolved issues compelled him to seek the truth. Carefully, he hacked into the Aoyama's phone lines, his fingers dancing over the keyboard with the grace of a pianist. The digital world was a familiar playground to him, and he navigated it with ease. His heart pounded in his chest as he accessed their recent calls and messages, his eyes scanning for any shred of information that might confirm his suspicions. The conversation he found was chilling. Yuga's mother spoke in hushed tones about a meeting with a mysterious benefactor, someone who could grant them the key. The voice on the other end was cold, all too familiar and calculated, discussing the terms of their agreement with a disturbing nonchalance. It was clear that they were willing to go to any lengths to ensure their son's success. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had to act fast. If Yuga was about to be used as a pawn in some twisted game, it had to be stopped. But how could he do so without revealing his true identity? The digital footprints of his hack would be traceable, and the last thing he wanted was to put his new life at risk. He had to be smart, To think like the tactician he once was. The phone records showed that the Aoyamas had been in contact with a number of shady individuals, their conversations littered with coded language and veiled threats. Izuku felt a cold knot in his stomach as he pieced together the puzzle. It was clear that they were desperate for Yuga to have a quirk, willing to make deals with the one man who could give them that all for one. With a heavy heart, he decided to confront Yuga's parents. He had to find a way to save his friend from falling into the clutches of evil without revealing his true identity. He got his phone and started typing. Days turned into weeks, and Izuku's concern for Yuga grew. He continued to train at the dojo, pushing himself harder each day, hoping that his newfound skills would be enough to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Meanwhile, he kept tabs on the Aoyamas through his digital surveillance, watching for any signs of trouble. There would definitely be a lot. One evening, as he sat in his room surrounded by the glow of his computer screen, an idea began to take root. If he couldn't confront Yuga's parents directly without risking exposure, he could still help from the shadows. He would become an information broker, feeding crucial intel to the underground network of pro-heroes who operated outside the public eye. These heroes often took on missions too sensitive or dangerous for the mainstream hero community. Izuku knew that if he could provide them with the right information, they could intervene before Yuga's life was irrevocably changed. He had connections from his past life, heroes who had seen the darker side of the Quirk world and operated under the radar. He decided to become an information broker for these underground pro-heroes, offering his unique insight and access to the digital world in exchange for their help in keeping an eye on the Aoyamas. He started by reaching out to Sir Night-Eye. Hearing news about him, like so many others, still stung a good bit. They were practically ghosts. A hero he had met in his previous life, who had connections to the underground circuit. After several encrypted emails and cautious conversations, he started texting. Deku, hello. I have information that could be of interest to those who fight in the shadows. Sir Night-Eye, who are you? Deku, someone who's seen more than their fair share of darkness. I know about one for all for one, everything. We can stop him, together. The pause of texting on the other end of the line was deafening. Then a reply came through, filled with a mix of skepticism and hope. Sir Night-Eye, how did you gain access to this information? Izuku could practically hear the panic on the other side of the phone, but in a world of practically infinite quirks, this was going to be easy. Deku, like you, I can see the future. I was in juvenile detention when I was young enough to enroll in hero schools, but I want to help now. Sir Knight, your intentions are still unclear at best, so I decided I must still be careful with you. What is it you wish to share? We will see how reliable you are. Deku, information on a young boy named Yuga Aoyama. His parents are making a deal with All for One so he can have a quirk. I believe he's about to be used as a pawn in a larger scheme. Sir Night-Eye, that's a serious claim. Why do you care about this boy? Deku, because in my vision of the future, he's in danger. And because if we don't act, it will start a domino effect that will bring ruin to us all. The line was silent for a moment before Sir Night-Eye started texting again. All right, I'll bring this to attention, but be warned, this is still vigilantism, and I will find out who you are. Deku, good luck with that, you'll fail, winky face. With a smirk, Izuku ended the conversation. He knew the risks involved in this path, but he had no intention of hiding his true identity from Night-Eye and Hero Society forever. That was just unrealistic. For now, though, he needed to play his cards close to his chest. His heart was in the right place, and he was willing to take the necessary risks to ensure that Yuga didn't fall down the same path he had seen so many others take. He turned his focus back to his computer, diving deeper into the dark web to uncover any whispers about All for One's whereabouts or activities. His fingers flew across the keyboard, a silent symphony of clicks and taps that resonated through the quiet room. Suddenly, a notification popped up, the system's familiar ding with its message in full caps. For some reason, as usual, you have pretended to have a similar, yet stronger version of someone else's quirk. Reward, Quirk Extreme Boost. A quirk that boosts other quirks to their maximum level for a short duration. However, the user's body may not be able to endure the strain for long. The power of the quirk is amplified, but the resistance the user may have for their own quirk or the quirk they've taken will not be increased. Fused with Kappa Guard, quirk result, Daimon Kappa. Credit to Blep for the quirk suggestion. The revelation of Daimon Kappa sent a jolt of excitement through Izuku, but really, when did it not? The new, Extreme Boost quirk aspect along with the pointer aspect meant he could also be a support-type hero. He thought back to Nitai's words, the accusation of vigilantism. It stung, but he knew the truth of it. In his heart, he was still a hero, even if he had to operate from the shadows for now. He would need to be careful, to plan meticulously and strike decisively. The weight of his decision to use his power in this way settled heavily upon him, but he was resolute. With the revelation, Izuku saw the potential to become something more than just an anonymous informant. He could be the hero that the underground needed, one who didn't rely on the spotlight or public recognition, but instead operated from the shadows. His mind raced with the possibilities, and he knew he had to prepare. Grabbing a notebook and pencil, Izuku began to sketch out ideas for his new vigilante identity. He wanted something that would strike fear into the hearts of evildoers while simultaneously inspiring hope in the innocent. He drew various designs, each more intricate than the last, playing with the concept of a hero that could adapt to any situation. His thoughts kept returning to the quirks he had merged with each other time and again. The combination of echo, chameleon, thermal sense, and soundwave allowed for a plethora of tactical options that would serve him well in his new role, as he put in his notes, in code of course. The suit he envisioned was nothing fancy, a stark contrast to his previous flamboyant hero outfit. This one was about blending in, about being unseen until the very moment he needed to be seen. The color scheme was a mix of urban grays and blacks, with just a hint of green to match his new Echo Chameleon quirk. It was designed for stealth, for moving through the shadows unnoticed. The material was lightweight yet durable, something that could withstand the rigors of combat and the wear of invisibility. The mask was a sleek piece of wood, with 2 holes near the top to have his horns in. Izuku's hand hovered over his notebook, his pencil, poised to bring his new identity to life. He knew that the key to a good vigilante costume was to strike the perfect balance between functionality and symbolism. Now he just needed the supplies to make it. The following day, Izuku ventured into the city under the guise to his mother of going to the neighborhood park. In reality, he had a specific mission in mind: to acquire the materials needed to create his new vigilante costume. He had saved up enough money from his birthdays and his allowance to visit a local tailor, a man known for his discretion and his ability to work with unconventional fabrics. Izuku had done his homework and knew that he could trust this man with his secret. He approached the shop with a sense of urgency, the weight of his decision propelling him forward. The tailor looked up from his work, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he recognized the determination in the young boy's eyes. "What can I do for you, young man?" he asked, his voice a gentle rumble. Izuku slid the notebook across the counter, revealing his meticulously drawn designs. "I need a costume," he said simply. "One that can help me make a difference without drawing too much attention to myself." The tailor studied the drawings, nodding thoughtfully. "I see," he murmured. "A costume of the shadows, for a hero of the night." He paused for a moment before speaking again. "I will need the exact specifications of your quirk to ensure that the suit enhances your abilities without hindering them." Izuku took a deep breath, explaining his Daimon Kappa quirk. The tailor listened intently, his eyes lighting up with understanding. "Ah, a clever combination," he mused. "The Echo Chameleon will serve you well, but beware of the strain it can put on your body." They spent hours discussing the intricacies of the design, selecting fabrics that could withstand the rigors of combat while maintaining the stealth required for his new role. The tailor promised to have the costume ready within the week, a time frame that made Izuku's heart race with anticipation. With the costume in progress, Izuku turned his attention to training. He knew that his quirk alone would not be enough to ensure success. He needed to hone his body and mind, pushing himself to the limits of his endurance. He spent long hours at the dojo, perfecting his agility and speed. He practiced his newfound abilities, blending in with his surroundings and echoing sounds to create diversions. The potential of his quirk grew clearer with each training session, and he could feel the power surging within him. As he trained, Izuku couldn't help but think of All Might, his mentor and the man who had passed on One for All. He wondered what his hero would think of his choice to become a vigilante. Would he be proud, or would he see it as a breaking of the trust he had placed in him? The thought brought a pang of sadness, but Izuku pushed it aside. He knew that the world was changing, and sometimes the rules had to be bent to ensure justice prevailed. The week passed by in a blur of anticipation and preparation. Each night, he lay in bed, eyes wide open, planning out potential scenarios and strategies. His mind raced with the excitement of his new life, the thrill of the unknown. When the tailor finally called to say the costume was ready, Izuku could barely contain his excitement. He rushed to the shop, his heart pounding in his chest. The costume was better than he could have imagined. It fit like a second skin, melding perfectly with his body's contours. The mask, a simple yet elegant piece of carved wood, allowed him to breathe easily while obscuring his identity. The final piece of his new identity was a utility belt, packed with makeshift gadgets and tools that would complement his quirk. He had spent countless hours in his room, tinkering away, creating devices that would allow him to blend into the urban landscape while also being prepared for any situation. The moment he donned the costume, something within Izuku shifted. He no longer felt like the same person who had once aspired to be the greatest hero. He had become something else entirely, something new and untested. The weight of the mask on his face was a stark reminder of the responsibility he had taken on, the secret he now had to protect. That night, as the city of Muzutafu grew quiet and the moon cast its ghostly glow, Izuku took to the rooftops. The Daimon Kappa aspect of his quirk allowed him to blend into the darkness. His lizard-man form allowed him to appear about 6 feet tall. His heart thumping in his chest with every silent step he took. He felt the air pressure shift around him as he practiced controlling his newfound ability to manipulate the temperature of his surroundings. The city was a labyrinth of shadows and light, and he moved through it with a newfound grace. He had spent hours memorizing the layout of the city, using his Daimon Kappa to study the movements of the local heroes and villains alike. His goal was to understand the balance of power, to find the perfect moment to intervene without revealing his true identity. As he moved from rooftop to rooftop, he couldn't help but feel the thrill of his newfound anonymity. He was no longer the symbol of peace, he was the invisible guardian of order. As he patrolled, his thermal sense detected an unusual heat signature coming from an alleyway below. His heart raced as he descended, more than ready to face whatever danger awaited. There, he found a young woman, no more than 25 years old, heteromorphic quirk with blue skin, trembling against a wall, her purse scattered on the ground. A shadowy figure hovered over her, his intentions clear. Without a second thought, Izuku leaped down from the rooftop, his body a silent specter in the night. The thief, caught off guard, turned to face the sudden disturbance, only to find himself staring into the eyes of an unseen menace. "Let her go." Izuku's voice echoed through the alleyway, a sound that seemed to come from every direction at once, thanks to his soundwave ability. The thief's eyes widened in surprise, his hand hovering over his stolen loot. The thief, a man with a quirk that allowed him to manipulate and harden parts of his body like concrete, had clearly underestimated the situation. With a snarl, he charged at the seemingly disembodied voice, his fists a blur as he attempted to land a blow. But Izuku was ready. Using his echo chameleon ability, he had already studied the man's movements, the echoes of his footsteps, and the faint creaks of his concrete-covered joints. He knew where the attack was coming from before it even began. As the thief swung wildly, Izuku used the thermal sense aspect of his quirk to track the heat of the man's body, his eyes locked onto the glowing target. With a flick of his wrist, he activated Soundwave, sending a pulse of vibrations through the concrete beneath the thief's feet. The ground beneath the would-be assailant shuddered, and he stumbled, giving Izuku the opening he needed. With the grace of a cat, despite his quirk being more reptilian than anything, Izuku sprang into action, his body stretching and contorting as he used elasticity to dodge the thief's heavy, concrete-laden fists. The man's quirk was formidable, but Izuku had faced and overcome worse in his past life. He knew that fear and desperation could drive people to make mistakes, and he intended to exploit that. The thief, unable to land a hit, grew increasingly frustrated. His eyes darted around the alley, searching for the source of the disembodied commands. Izuku used this to his advantage, his voice echoing from various points around them. "You're surrounded," he lied, his voice bouncing off the walls. The thief's pupils dilated with fear, sweat beading on his brow. The thief tried to fight back, his fists now a blur as he threw punches in every direction. But Izuku was a master of his new quirk. He copied the man's movements, anticipating his every step. With each swing and miss, the thief's confidence wavered. His breath grew ragged as he realized the invisible force was toying with him. And then the moment came. The thief, blinded by panic, made the mistake of charging straight at Izuku. With a swift move, Izuku stepped aside, allowing the man to overextend himself. Using Echo Chameleon, Izuku mimicked the sound of a siren, piercing the quiet night. The thief's head snapped towards the sound, and in that split second, Izuku struck. With the precision of a ninja, he tapped the thief's pressure points, and the man crumpled to the ground, unconscious. The woman, whose eyes had grown wide with terror, slowly picked herself up. "Who are you?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "I am Deku," Izuku replied, his voice a comforting whisper as he helped her to her feet. He watched as she took in the sight of his costume, her eyes widening in a mix of awe and confusion. "Are you all right, young lady?" Her trembling hand reached out to touch his mask, and he gently pushed it aside. "I'm okay," she said, her voice a soft squeak. "Thank you." He nodded, his heart swelling with a sense of pride he hadn't felt in a long time. He had done it. He had saved someone without the might of one for all. He had become a hero in his own right, a silent guardian of the night. "Remember, you're never truly alone in this city," he said before disappearing into the shadows, leaving her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. As he scaled the buildings, his new identity swimming in his thoughts, he felt a strange sense of belonging. The quiet whispers of the city's nightlife, the distant sirens, and the occasional cries for help, all of it was now his domain. The world was his stage, and he was the unsung hero. But even as he reveled in his victory, a shadow loomed in the back of his mind. What if someone figured out his secret? What if his new path led him back to the same fate that had claimed his past life? He pushed these thoughts aside, focusing instead on the warmth that spread through his chest. This was his chance to make a difference in a way that only he could. With each rooftop he crossed, with each shadow he claimed as his own, Izuku Midoriya became less of the symbol of peace and more of the whispers of the night. Deku, a vigilante whose name would be known only to the people he saved and the villains he brought to justice. As he made his way back home, the silence of the city was pierced by a sudden notification. It was the system, the very entity that had granted him this new lease on life. The message was simple, yet it resonated through his entire being. "Congratulations for the first person you saved. They have been logged into the system as saved person number 001. The notification served as a stark reminder of the immense responsibility that now rested upon his shoulders. He had been given a second chance, a rare gift that most, it would be all but in this world who knows, could only dream of, and he had already taken his first steps down a path that would alter the course of his destiny. The number 001 gleamed on the screen, a digital badge of honor that acknowledged his first act of heroism. It was a powerful motivator, pushing him to continue on his mission to help those in need. As the night grew darker, the system's reward for his valor grew more tangible. He felt a warmth spreading through his body, a gentle surge of power that washed away his fatigue. The notification read, "Your dedication to the safety of others has earned you a reward, redacted. Go to home base to receive the reward." Well, that was nice, and he would. After another hour of patrol, he's had to wait almost 5 years to go back on the street saving people. He needed to get it somewhat out of his system first. The next evening, as the city's heroes were busy dealing with a high-profile villain attack, Sir Night Eyes sat in his office, poring over the day's reports. His sharp eyes scanned the documents, looking for anything that could hint at the next crisis. Among the mundane cases of petty theft and vandalism, one stood out: the peculiar incident in the alleyway. The woman's description of a mysterious vigilante who had come to her aid, yet it was the name that had the detective shocked: Deku. Sir Night-Eye rechecked the text they had received, his brow furrowing deeper with every word. Deku? He murmured, the name echoing through the silent room. It couldn't be coincidence. Someone texted him with that name, then saved someone after admitting that they missed their shot at going to a hero academy. He was already looking into Yuga Aoyama. The fact that Deku knows about All for One was alarms enough. But this new development added a layer of urgency to his investigation. Sir Night-Eye, a man known for his meticulousness and attention to detail, knew that the Quirk registry was his best bet to uncover the truth behind this enigma. He pulled out his laptop, his fingers flying over the keys as he accessed the secure database. He typed in Mustafa and Future Sight into the search bar, his eyes narrowing as he sifted through the results. The Quirk registry was a comprehensive list of every known Quirk user in Japan, a resource that heroes and authorities use to keep track of potential threats and emerging abilities. But as he scrolled through the database, the only entries of Quirks that had anything to do with seeing the future in Mustafa were 18 people. It was a rare Quirk type after all, and all of them were accounted for. The youngest was a child of 7, too young to be the vigilante he was searching for since Deku said they missed their chance, and the oldest was an octogenarian. Yes, I looked that up. Sir Night-Eye would use a word like that, whose Quirk was more of a burden than a boon at his age, leaving 16 suspects left. The rest ranged from teenagers of at least 16 to adults going to 55. Among them were a school teacher in their late 30s who used their future sight to prevent accidents before they occurred, a young artist whose paintings uncannily depicted events days before they transpired, and a middle-aged businesswoman who had foreseen the stock market's fluctuations with eerie accuracy. Each had their own story, their own reasons for using their Quirk in the way they did. Sir Night-Eye knew that he couldn't just barge into their lives and demand answers. Instead, he had to be clever, to watch from the shadows, much like the vigilante he sought. His thoughts raced as he plotted his next move. He would have to visit these individuals, gauge their reactions to the name Deku, and see if any of them had the skills or the drive to become a hero under the cover of darkness. It was a delicate dance, one that required patience and precision. The first on his list was the businesswoman, Mrs. Tsuraba. At 54, she had built a small empire based on her uncanny predictions. As he arrived at her office, the sun was setting, casting an orange glow over the cityscape. Her receptionist looked up with a smile that was almost too perfect, and Sir Night-Eye couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. Was she aware of his presence? Did she know why he was here? Mrs. Tsuraba was a stately woman with sharp features and piercing eyes. She had the air of someone who was used to being in control, and she greeted him with a courteous nod as he entered her office. "What brings the great Sir Night-Eye to my humble abode?" she asked, her tone light but her gaze intense. "Just a routine check," he replied, his voice calm and even. "We're looking into a series of incidents that might be related to someone with a Quirk similar to yours." He paused for a moment, watching her reaction. "Someone who goes by the name of Deku." Her eyes narrowed slightly, and for a brief second, Sir Night-Eye could see the gears turning in her mind. "Deku," she repeated, stroking her chin thoughtfully. "A peculiar name. I don't know anyone by that name, but if I do come across any information, I'll be sure to pass it along." Sir Night-Eye knew that he wouldn't get anything more out of her without a warrant, so he thanked her for her time and left, feeling a sense of unease that grew stronger with each step. The artist, Mr. Seisho, was next. At 29, he had already gained notoriety for his eerily prophetic paintings. His studio was a cluttered mess of half-finished canvases and paint tubes, the smell of turpentine heavy in the air. He greeted Sir Night-Eye with a mix of curiosity and wariness. The detective explained his visit, watching as Mr. Seisho's eyes darted around the room, searching for something. "I understand you have the ability to see the future," Sir Night-Eye said, his tone measured. "Perhaps you've had a vision that could help us?" Mr. Seisho paused, his brush hovering over an unfinished painting. "My visions are abstract," he replied, his voice tentative. They come in flashes, in colors and shapes that I interpret as best I can. But I've heard whispers of someone calling themselves Deku, a hero that no one has truly seen but whose deeds speak louder than any words. His eyes met Sir Night's, and for a moment, the detective saw something in them that made him wonder if Mr. Seisho knew more than he was letting on. The other 14 individuals with some type of future sight were an eclectic mix of ages and backgrounds, each living their lives in unique ways shaped by their quirks. There was the youngest, a teenager named Rina whose visions of the future were more like premonitions of impending danger. Then there was a group of 5 in their 20s, each with a different take on their shared gift. Hiro was once an aspiring hero whose future sight was limited to glimpses of immediate danger. While the timescales of the visions were off, Hiro seemed the most likely so far, making him an unpredictable but effective combatant. Kazu had a more strategic mind and used his foresight to plan out his days meticulously, avoiding any potential mishaps. Miyu, a journalist, had a broader view of the future, allowing her to write articles that often came true, which earned her both respect and fear from her peers. The oldest of the group was a man named Hiroshi, a former hero who had retired early due to the burden of seeing too much. His visions of the future were more like a curse than a gift, leaving him a recluse in his forties. The remaining individuals were a diverse array of small-time heroes and civilians, each with their own story to tell. There was the middle-aged office worker, Yuko, whose mundane visions of the future made her the neighborhood's unofficial fortune-teller. Then there was the young couple, Ryu and Akira, whose combined future sight allowed them to anticipate each other's moves with an uncanny precision that was almost romantic. The eldest, a gentle old woman named Obasan, used her quirk to help her baby grandchildren find lost toys and avoid scraped knees. Besides Hiro, none of these people fit the profile with a quick look through their records. Sir Night would watch Hiro closely, but he had a gut feeling that Deku was someone else entirely. After all, the vigilante's actions didn't scream, "I want to be a hero," but rather, "I need to help people." Something that Hiro had done but was more than eager to leave behind. For anyone confused, we're jumping back to when Izuku is coming home after his first night as a vigilante, though does it really count if he already long since got his license? The evening had been a whirlwind of emotions for Izuku. After his first successful rescue, he had rushed to his home base, as the system called it, even though it was just his apartment. The moment he stepped back inside, he heard the familiar ding. Reward unlocked for the hero known as Deku, Zone Enforcement. The system had recognized his valor and granted him a new quirk. The notification described the power, and Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the sheer potential of this gift. It was like nothing he had ever encountered before. The new quirk, Zone Enforcement, was a defensive mechanism that allowed him to create a bubble-like sphere. The barrier could expand and contract with ease, allowing anyone to pass through it unimpeded until it was fully extended. Once the expansion ceased, it would solidify into an almost unbreakable shell. It wasn't just a simple force field. It had the unique property of warping space within it to enhance the effectiveness of one chosen quirk in the surrounding area. However, the drawback was significant. The amount of energy it required was immense. If he were to use it in its full capacity now, it would drain him to the point of unconsciousness for an entire week. But before Izuku could go into the deeper ramifications of this quirk, he got another familiar ding from the system. Your quirks have once again merged. Quirk, Zone Enforcement, merged with quirk, Daimon Kappa. Result, Spatial Kappa Control. Credit to Rimagama for the quirk suggestion. Izuku's eyes would widen in astonishment, but after a while he stopped being shocked, probably his old age honestly, as he read the description of his new merged quirk, Spatial Kappa Control. This quirk granted him the ability to manipulate the space around him, allowing for feats that would make any pro-hero green with envy. He could now create zones of varying sizes that would not only protect but also enhance the abilities of those within it. The potential uses for this power were vast and varied. It could serve as a shelter for allies, a trap for enemies, or even an amplifier for his own quirks. The thought of combining Spatial Kappa Control with his classmates when the time for UA came back around made his mind race with excitement. Imagine the tactical advantage spatial kappa control could give in a fight, turning the tide with a simple declaration of intent. But for now, Izuku had to keep his newfound power a secret. The system informed him that it would take time for his body to fully adapt to the new quirk. Training would be essential. The following 3 hours were a blur of research and experimentation. Izuku studied the properties of spatial kappa control with the same fervor he had once approached his studies of One for All. He quickly discovered that the zones could be tailored to enhance specific types of quirks, and he practiced diligently to master this new aspect of his power. Each successful test brought him closer to understanding the intricacies of his new abilities, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement at the prospect of sharing these gifts with others. "Izuku, are you up, honey?" The sound of his mother's voice brought him back to reality, and he quickly stowed away his new quirk-related research. He had to go to school to maintain his cover as an ordinary elementary student. It was a strange dichotomy, being a hero, vigilante, one night and a student the next day. But it was a part of the life he had chosen, a way to blend in while he figured out the true extent of his powers. "Coming, Mom," he called out, pushing aside the excitement of the previous evening's events. The schoolyard was buzzing with chatter and laughter, children playing games of tag and whispering about the latest hero sightings. As he sat in class, his mind wandered, planning how he could train and refine his newfound abilities without alerting his classmates or teachers. The bell rang, signaling the end of Fire at PRD, and as the students filed out into the hallway, Izuku felt the weight of his decision to become a hero once again. With each step he took towards his next class, the excitement grew, and he couldn't help but wonder if his classmates had noticed the subtle changes in his demeanor. In the second PRD, Izuku's focus on his schoolwork was interrupted by a gentle tap on his shoulder. He looked up to find his homeroom teacher, Ms. Tusu, holding out a slip of paper with a concerned smile. "Midoriya-kun, the principal would like to see you in her office. It seems urgent." The classroom fell silent as all eyes turned to Izuku. His heart skipped a beat. Could this have something to do with his nocturnal heroics? Had he been discovered? He tried to keep his expression neutral as he took the note, nodding to Ms. Tusu. "Of course," he murmured, gathering his things and heading out of the room. The walk to the principal's office felt like an eternity, his thoughts racing faster than his feet could carry him. The hallways of the school were eerily quiet, or was it just him, the echoes of his footsteps the only sound accompanying his worries? What could she possibly want? Was it about the vigilante, Deku? He took a deep breath to steady his nerves before knocking on the door. "Enter," Principal Nueza's voice called out from within. Izuku stepped inside, finding the room filled with a tension that seemed to thicken the air. Principal Nuez sat behind her desk, her mechanical limbs folded neatly in front of her, and she was not alone. To his surprise, his mom was there, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and hope. The room was filled with a tension that could have cut through steel beams, and it was all directed at him. Principal Nuez cleared her throat, her expression unreadable. "Midoriya, your mother and I have talked and we believe you aren't being challenged in your classes." "What?" Izuku's voice squeaked, his heart racing. This wasn't what he had expected at all. "We've received some information about a scholarship opportunity that we think might be the perfect fit just for you," Principal Nuez continued, sliding a brochure across the desk. It was for the prestigious private school Somei Elementary. It didn't take long for Izuku to recognize the name from Tenya Ida's middle school. This must have been where he went for elementary. "They're holding a special exam for academically gifted students. We believe your unique perspective and experiences would be an asset to their community, and they have agreed to consider your application." Izuku stared at the brochure, his thoughts racing. A scholarship to an elite school that was all but guaranteed to house one of his greatest friends from his last life? Yet he would be leaving Katsuki behind. But the decision was made for him. His mother had already filled out the application and had it ready to submit. "I know you can handle it," she said with a determined smile, her eyes brimming with pride. "This is your chance to grow, to become even more than you already are." With a heavy heart, Izuku agreed. He knew this was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. As he walked out of the office, The weight of his new identity as Deku and his future at Somei Elementary settled on his shoulders. It was a chance to start anew, to build a legacy away from the shadow of his past. The rest of the day passed in a blur, his thoughts consumed by the implications of his impending transfer. At the end of school, Izuku found himself standing at the crossroads of his decision, torn between his old life and the path that lay before him. His mother's words echoed in his mind, "This is your chance to grow." As he watched his classmates leave the school grounds, the reality of their parting grew heavier. He had to talk to Katsuki. Katsuki, the fiery prodigy who had been his rival and his friend, the one who had pushed him to become the hero he was today. Izuku knew that his departure would leave a gap in their friendship, but he also knew that Katsuki probably wouldn't fully understand the importance of this opportunity. With a deep breath, he approached his childhood friend. "Kaken, I need to tell you something," he began, his voice wavering. Katsuki looked up from his intense thinking, almost certainly about his quirk and how to get stronger, his eyes looking up with his signature cocky smirk. "What is it, Izuku?" Izuku's hands trembled slightly as he handed the scholarship brochure to Katsuki. "I've been offered a chance to go to Somei Elementary. I'm going to take the transfer exam." The smirk on Katsuki's face faltered, confusion and a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes. "But why?" he asked, his voice softer than usual. "They think I can be an asset to their school," Izuku explained, trying to keep his voice steady. "And it's an opportunity for me to grow and learn in ways that I can't hear." Katsuki stared at the brochure, his gaze intense. "But what about us?" he finally said, the question hanging in the air like a lead weight. "What about our promise?" Izuku swallowed hard, feeling the lump in his throat. "Our promise will always stand, Kaken," he assured him. "I'll still be your rival. I'll still aim to be the #1 hero. But I need to do this. For me, and for everyone we want to save." Katsuki's grip tightened on the brochure, crumpling it slightly. "Fine," he said, his voice tight with emotion. "But if you think you can just leave and come back and walk all over me with your fancy education, you're wrong." The silence that followed was deafening. Izuku knew that his decision to transfer would change things between them, but he didn't anticipate the depth of Katsuki's reaction. His friend had always been competitive, but this was different. It was as if the very foundation of their rivalry had shifted, and with it, the dynamic of their friendship. "Hey, we'll still meet at UA, right?" "Yeah," Katsuki said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "We'll see who's stronger then." Izuku nodded, understanding the unspoken challenge. Their rivalry had always been the engine that drove them forward. "I'll be counting on it," he said, trying to lighten the mood. As the days grew closer to the transfer exam, Izuku's resolve grew stronger. He knew that this was a chance to not only better himself but to also protect those who couldn't protect themselves. His mother's encouragement had been a beacon of light in his decision, reminding him of the hero he was destined to become. The exam itself was a test of intellect, endurance, and courage. Izuku, who already knew every single answer, faced each challenge with the same unyielding spirit that had carried him through his previous life. The first challenge was a written test, a gauntlet of questions that spanned every subject imaginable. He breezed through the material, his pencil moving with the swiftness of a quirk at full power. His mind raced, recalling his years of study and experience, allowing him to answer questions that would have stumped even the brightest students his physical age. The second challenge was a physical one, a series of obstacles that tested his strength, speed, and agility. Surprisingly, the examiners had anticipated his potential and had included a section that tested his strategic thinking and problem-solving skills. It was clear that Somei Elementary was not just looking for students with strong minds, but those with a creative mind as well. As he tackled the mental challenges, Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. It was like he was back in the UA entrance exam, facing the obstacle course that had once seemed insurmountable. But this time, he was more than prepared. He had lived through the trials and tribulations of being a hero, and his mind was sharper than ever. Each hurdle he faced was met with a cool analysis and a swift execution, his body moving almost on instinct. He was a shadow of his former self, a silent force that navigated the course with precision. He turned in the test in record time, shocking the examiner. "Are you sure you read every question carefully?" "Yes, sir, I did," Izuku said with confidence. The final challenge was an interview with the school's principal, who had a stern look on his face as he studied Izuku. The man was a threat in his own right, with a quirk that allowed him to manipulate gravity of something that weighed the same as him. His presence was intimidating, but Izuku remained unfazed, knowing that his heart was in the right place. He was asked questions about his aspirations, his views on himself, and his reasons for wanting to transfer to Somei Elementary. Izuku's answers were sincere and thoughtful, reflecting the wisdom he had gained from his past life. He spoke of his desire to support others, to empower those who might otherwise feel powerless, and to make a difference without the need for the spotlight. The principal's gaze grew contemplative, and Izuku could feel the weight of his scrutiny. As the interview came to a close, the principal leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "Your application is unconventional, Midoriya," he said, his expression unreadable. "But your determination and unique perspective are exactly what we look for in a Somei student." He slid a thick envelope across the desk. "You've passed the exam. Your scholarship has been approved." Izuku stared at the envelope, his heart racing. He had done it. He was going to Somei Elementary. His mother's proud smile was etched in his mind as he accepted the envelope with trembling hands. "Thank you, Principal," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. The following week was a whirlwind of preparations. He sent a text to Sir Night-Eye about a certain mad scientist. He had to leave his old life behind, saying goodbye to his classmates and friend. Some were surprised, others were envious, but all of them wished him luck. His heart felt a pang of regret as he watched them from afar, knowing that he would not be there to share in their growth as people. But he also knew that by accepting the scholarship, he was taking a step toward creating a better future for all of them. The day of the transfer came, and Izuku found himself standing outside the gates of Somei Elementary, the sun casting long shadows across the prestigious school grounds. His stomach was a knot of nerves and excitement, but he took a deep breath and stepped through the gates. He was greeted by the sight of students in their sharp uniforms, moving with a purpose that mirrored the precision of their school's reputation. As he walked through the hallowed halls, Izuku couldn't help but feel like an imposter. These students were the cream of the crop, bred for greatness, and here he was, an average person with an unfair advantage even by Quirk standards. Oh, the irony was not lost on him. But he pushed those thoughts aside, they wouldn't help him here. His first class was advanced math, and as he took his seat, the room grew quieter. His classmates, a mix of eager young faces and a few snobbish rich ones, they always start so young, glanced his way with curiosity. But the moment that changed everything was when he met a young boy with a peculiar and familiar quirk, one that allowed him to use his legs to accelerate from the engines in them. "Hello, my name was Tenya Ida." "Huh, already doing the 90-degree bow?" "Hello, Tenya Ida, my name is Izuku Midoriya." He smiled, his hands stretched out wide. Tenya's eyes widened with surprise as he took Izuku's hand, his grip firm and earnest. "It's an honor to meet you," he said, his voice filled with respect. Izuku's smile grew as he felt the warmth of his new classmate's handshake. He knew that this was the start of something special, a bond that would be tested and strengthened in the trials to come. The class began, and as the teacher droned on about relatively simple math, Izuku couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. The first day at Somei Elementary passed quickly, with Izuku settling into a routine of rigorous academic challenges and getting to know his new classmates. Despite the initial whispers and stares, he soon found that his peers were genuinely curious about the boy who had seemingly come out of nowhere to claim a scholarship spot at their elite school. They were a diverse bunch, each with their own unique quirks and aspirations, and Izuku felt a kinship with them that went beyond their shared love of heroism. In the evening, after a long day of learning and making new connections, Izuku would sit in his room and reflect on his decision. The quiet solitude allowed him to think deeply about his next moves as a vigilante. The potential for trouble was too great. Instead, he would have to tread carefully, using the new aspect of his quirk to make a difference in the lives of others. And so, after the sun had set and the city had donned its cloak of shadows, Izuku donned his own, the green and black suit of Deku. The wooden mask was a stark reminder of the promise he had made to All Might, to carry on the legacy of One for All, but now it was also a symbol of his newfound purpose. He slipped into the night, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and anticipation. The streets were quieter here, the bustle of the city giving way to the whispers of the night. His echo-chameleon, Quirk aspect allowed him to blend into the darkness, his footsteps silent as he moved through the alleyways. He could feel the eyes of the city on him, not with fear or admiration, but with a quiet respect. As Deku, he had the power to change lives in ways that his former self could only dream of. His mission was clear: to be the unseen hero that Japan never knew it needed, the one who operated in the shadows to ensure the safety of the innocent. He would not be a beacon of hope like All Might, but a silent guardian, a watchful protector. His first night out, Deku encountered a group of thugs attempting to mug a defenseless old man. Izuku's heart raced as he saw the fear in the old man's eyes. It was a scene all too familiar to him, a reminder of the countless times he had been unable to save someone in his past life due to his lack of a quirk. But this time was different. He had the power to act, to make a real difference. With a deep breath, he engaged his quirk. His body blended into the shadows of the alleyway, his form becoming indistinguishable from the darkness around him. The thugs, too preoccupied with their victim, didn't notice the silent figure that had joined them. Using Echo Chameleon, Deku mimicked the sound of a cat in distress from a nearby rooftop. The thugs' heads snapped up, searching for the source of the sound. It was the perfect distraction. He took advantage of their confusion to sneak up behind the leader, using his sticky fingers to disarm him without alerting the others. The thug's knife clattered to the ground, and Izuku stepped forward, his eyes glowing with determination. The thugs froze, their eyes wide with terror as the shadowy figure of Deku emerged before them. The old man gasped, recognizing the hero that had saved him countless times in the past through the tales of his grandchildren. Thank you," he stammered, trembling with relief. Izuku nodded, his voice a soft echo in the night. "Don't worry, I'll handle this," Deku said, his voice a mix of the echoing whispers he had copied from the city's soundscape. The thug's eyes darted around, searching for the source of the voice. They hadn't expected opposition, especially not from a kid in a costume. With a sudden burst of speed, Deku lunged at the thugs. His echo ability allowed him to mimic the sounds of their panic, throwing them off balance as they tried to pinpoint his location. His thermal sense helped him track their heat signatures, giving him an advantage in the dark. He moved swiftly, using minor healing to patch up small injuries sustained during his quick takedowns. The fight was swift and silent, a dance of shadows and whispers. When it was over, the thugs were tied up neatly with the rope he bought. The old man stared at him in awe. From one old-timer to another, "Stay safe." The old man nodded, "Thank you, I will." He simply nodded before vanishing back into the night. He had done it, his second successful rescue as a vigilante. The rush of adrenaline was a potent mix with his newfound power and the anonymity it brought. The whispers of his presence grew louder each night as Deku continued his vigilant patrols. His new quirk allowed him to move unseen, to be the hero that no one knew was there. He took solace in the quiet moments of victory, knowing that the fear he inspired in the hearts of the wicked was a small price to pay for the peace he brought to the innocent. Back at their old school, the absence of Izuku was palpable, especially to his closest friend, Katsuki Bakugo. He had been a constant presence in Katsuki's life, pushing him to be better, to strive for more. Now, with the news of Izuku's transfer to Somei Elementary, a school for the elite and the gifted, Katsuki felt a strange emptiness that not even his explosive quirk could fill. He moped around the classroom, his usual fiery spirit dampened by the weight of denial. It couldn't be true. Izuku couldn't have left them behind with all these worthless extras. But the evidence was undeniable: the empty desk, the whispers of their classmates, and the lingering scent of his favorite katsudon on the air. It was a stark reminder that their days of rivalry and friendship were, for now, on pause. "What's with you, Bakugo?" Some extra with a long nose, ever the perceptive one, called out from across the room, breaking the heavy silence that had settled over Katsuki like a thick fog. Katsuki scoffed, his fists clenching at his side. "Nothing," he barked, his eyes glaring at the ground where Izuku's desk once stood. The emptiness was like a gaping wound that refused to heal. He couldn't believe that Izuku would just leave them all behind to chase some lofty dream at a fancy school. But deep down he knew the truth. Izuku had always been different, always striving for more even with his powerful quirk, just like himself. That's what he liked about him. And now he had gone to a place that could offer him just that. Katsuki slammed his fists on the desk, the sound echoing through the classroom. "It's not fair," he muttered under his breath, his eyes burning with a mix of anger and frustration. The teacher, sensing the tension, approached him cautiously. "Bakugo," she began, her voice soft and soothing, "I know you and Midoriya were close. But sometimes, people have to follow their own paths. Perhaps this is his way of becoming even greater than he already is." Katsuki scoffed, his eyes never leaving the empty desk. "Greater than me?" he spat. "There's no way he'll ever surpass me. We were supposed to be equals. No stupid quirk can change that." But even as the words left his mouth, doubt began to creep in. Izuku had always found a way to push past his limits, to achieve the impossible. Could this new path be the one that propelled him to the heights of heroism that Katsuki so desperately craved? Throughout the rest of the day, Katsuki couldn't focus on his classes, his thoughts consumed by Izuku. He had always been a constant by his side, a constant reminder of what he also had and what he was always striving for. Now, the constant that was Izuku Midoriya was gone, leaving him adrift in a sea of uncertainty. The bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. Katsuki stormed out of the classroom, his thoughts racing. As he made his way through the emptying halls, his footsteps echoing with the finality of their parting, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was fundamentally wrong. Izuku had been more than just a rival, he was a driving force, the wind in Katsuki's sails pushing him to be the best. Without that competition, what was left? The weight of the day's events bore down on Katsuki as he stomped out of the school, the sun setting behind him. His heart raced with a mix of anger and determination. He couldn't let Izuku surpass him, not now, not ever. With a fiery resolve, Katsuki vowed to train even harder. He would show everyone that he was not only the best at UA when they both got in, Katsuki knew they would, but the best in the entire world. His fists clenched tightly as he made his way to his secret training spot, a place where he had pushed himself to his limits countless times. The quiet, hidden part of the park him and Izuku always came to, now felt eerie and empty without his rival friend's presence. Katsuki threw himself into his training with a ferocity that could match his explosive quirk. He knew that to truly honor their friendship and rivalry, he had to become the hero that could stand alongside Izuku. The thought of Izuku achieving greatness without him was a fuel to his burning desire to improve. He began with his basics, pushing his quirk to its limits. Each explosion echoed through the park, shaking the trees and lighting up the bright sky with a fiery display of his power. His eyes burned with determination as he threw explosive punches into the air, imagining Izuku's face as he surpassed him in strength. He had to be ready to face whatever Izuku had become, ready to show him that he was still the one who would become the #1 hero. As he trained, a new resolve grew within Katsuki. He knew that Izuku was out there, training just as hard if not harder than he was. The thought of his friend excelling without him was a knife in his side. It was time to push himself to the brink, to surpass even the greatness he knew Izuku was capable of achieving. His fists grew hotter and his explosions more powerful as time quickly ticked by. Mitsuki and Masaru watched their son from a distance, their expressions filled with a mix of pride and concern. They had always known Katsuki's fiery spirit, but this was something new. They could feel the change in him, the raw determination that was now consuming him. Cutting to Sir Night-Eye, the sharp-eyed hero known for his precognitive quirk, who had been keeping a close watch on the events unfolding in the city. His interest in the mysterious vigilante grew with each passing night, especially after the incident involving the thugs and the old man. His gut told him that there was more to Deku than met the. Sir Night-Eye sat in his office, surrounded by screens displaying the various feeds from his network of informants and surveillance drones. His gaze was fixed on the footage from the alleyway, the figure of Deku a blur of shadows and whispers. He rewound the video, watching the encounter again, searching for any clue that could lead him to the identity of the new hero. His eyes narrowed as he studied the way Deku moved, the precision of his actions, and the uncanny ability to mimic his surroundings. It was as if they were born to blend in, to be unnoticed until it was too late for their adversaries. Sir Night's mind raced with questions. Who was this new hero? And why did they feel so weirdly familiar? It was as if he had seen this style of fighting, this particular brand of heroism, somewhere before. His instincts, honed by years of experience and a quirk that allowed him to gaze into the very future, told him that this was not a random event, nor was Deku just any ordinary vigilante. With a furrowed brow, he called up the records of recent transfers and disappearances as Deku's normal patrols seemed to change, focusing on those with a history of heroism. His eyes scanned through the profiles, looking for a name that would jump out at him, a face that matched the shadowy figure he had witnessed on the footage. As he delved deeper into the archives, he found candidates and made a list of people that had recently moved. It was all but guaranteed Delu lied about having a precognition quirk. The list grew to a total of 9 names, each with their own unique story and reason to seek out a new life. The first name on the list was Hiroyuki Shimura, a young man whose quirk of mole manipulation had been deemed too dangerous for public use after an accidental infestation during a school science fair. The second was Rina Shimada, whose gravity reduction quirk made her the laughingstock of her class until she had to drop out due to bullying. Then there was Kenjiro Yoshida, whose mood swing quirk had led to a tumultuous past, and now, a desire for solitude. Each name told a story of struggle and perseverance, and as Sir Night read through the list, he couldn't shake the feeling that one of these individuals was the hero he had been searching for. The fifth name, however, gave him pause. Inko Midoriya. The woman had lived around the area of Deku's past sightings as well as the new ones, plus the timing, it made sense. Inko had a son, who she would put to bed to go out, yes. That had to be the answer. His heart raced with the possibility of closing a case that had been a thorn in his side for so much longer than usual. He quickly compiled all the information he could find on her, eager to validate his hunch. The information on Inko Midoriya was limited, but it painted a picture of a woman who had recently dedicated her life to her son. His curiosity piqued, Sir Night delved deeper into the archives, searching for any connections to the vigilante known as Deku. It wasn't until he stumbled upon a forgotten application to Shiketsu High School that Sir Night's suspicion grew into certainty. Inko Midoriya had indeed tried to enroll in the institution, but it was ultimately rejected due to the lack of a suitable enough quirk. The date of the application coincided with the first text he got from Deku, the mysterious vigilante whose quirk had been growing more powerful with each night. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, and the realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Bingo! With a newfound sense of purpose and adrenaline, Sir Night prepared himself to confront the truth. He knew that if his suspicions were correct, he would be dealing with a vigilante who had the potential to shake the very foundations of their society. He donned his hero costume, practically the same to his usual office attire, and got ready to set out. On his way to the Midoriya residence, he encountered a small-time villain causing a disturbance in a nearby alley. The villain, known as Cold Wave, had the quirk of creating icy projectiles from his fingertips. His usual MO was to cause chaos and then vanish into the night, leaving the authorities to deal with the aftermath. Sir Night sighed, his thoughts momentarily derailed by the annoyance of having to deal with this petty criminal. But he knew that even the smallest of threats had to be neutralized for the sake of the city's peace. He approached with caution, his eyes scanning the area for any signs of innocent bystanders. "Cold Wave," he bellowed, his voice echoing off the narrow alley walls. The villain turned, a smug grin on his face as he recognized the hero. "Looks like you're the one who's going to cool off tonight," he taunted, his eyes glinting with malicious intent. Cold Wave launched a volley of ice shards at Sir Night, but the all-too-seasoned hero was too quick, his quirk allowing him to anticipate the trajectory of the attack. He sidestepped with ease, the ice shattering against the pavement where he once stood. The villain's smug expression faltered as he realized that he might have underestimated the hero who walked the line between shadows and spotlight. "You're not going anywhere tonight," Sir Night-Eye declared, his eyes burning with the intensity of his conviction. He knew that while this was a mere distraction from his true quest, he couldn't allow any harm to come to the citizens of his city. "Your pathetic reign of terror ends here." The alley was a frozen battleground, with the two adversaries facing each other down. Coldwave's eyes narrowed as he prepared his next onslaught, his teeth chattering with the effort of maintaining his quirk's output. The chilling aura around him grew denser, signaling the imminent attack. Sir Night-Eye's gaze remained unfaltering, his mind racing through possible scenarios and counter-moves. He had to end this quickly. Every moment spent here was a moment away from uncovering the truth about Deku. The villain's grin grew wider, his confidence bolstered by his quirk's power. He raised his hand, the air around it crackling with cold. "You think you're so smart, Night-Eye?" he jeered, a gust of icy wind accompanying his words. "I'll show you what a real hero is made of." Sir Night-Eye's eyes narrowed in response, his own quirk flaring to life. The air around his fists shimmered, and he charged forward, closing the distance between them. As Coldwave released a barrage of icicles, the hero's fists shot out like bullets, each punch guided by the whispers of his foresight. The first few icicles shattered against his knuckles, but he didn't slow, his movements a dance of precision and power. With each blow, Coldwave's smugness crumbled, replaced by a look of horror as he realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. His quirk, once a tool of fear, was now a liability as the hero's punches shattered his icy defenses with ease. Sir Night-Eye's years of experience allowed him to dodge and counter every attack, turning what was meant to be a standoff into a one-sided demolition. But amidst the chaos, Sir Night-Eye's thoughts remained focused on his true goal, finding out the truth about Deku. The vigilante's uncanny ability to fight and vanish into thin air was far too dangerous to be unaccounted for. With a swiftness that belied his wits, Sir Night-Eye ducked beneath Coldwave's outstretched arm and delivered a powerful uppercut, sending the villain reeling. The fight was intense, but it was clear that the hero's experience and strategic thinking were too much for the overconfident, subpar villain. As the fight concluded, Sir Night-Eye could only sigh. This still just felt like a waste of time. With the situation under control and Coldwave apprehended, Sir Night-Eye couldn't shake off the feeling that the real battle was still ahead. He had to know if Deku was truly the hero he appeared to be, or if there was something more sinister lurking beneath the surface. He starts making his way over there again, his mind racing with scenarios. What if Deku was someone with a vendetta? Someone who had suffered a great loss at the hands of villains and had decided to take the law into their own hands? It wouldn't be the first time such a thing had happened. Or perhaps it was a desperate cry for help, a plea for someone to recognize the potential they had been denied. The journey to the Midoriya household was fraught with tension, each step echoing in the quiet streets as if to announce his arrival. Sir Night-Eye's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, trying to piece together the puzzle of Deku's true identity. He knew that the path he was on could lead to either a new ally or a powerful foe, and the weight of his decision rested heavily on his shoulders. As he approached the house, he took a moment to compose himself after the long walk. The lights were on, and a gentle warmth emanated from within, hinting at the seemingly quiet lives of those who resided there. The door was unassuming, but the anticipation behind it was palpable. He took a deep breath, his hand hovering over the doorbell. This was it. He was about to come face to face with the woman who might hold the key to unraveling the mystery of Deku. The door swung open, revealing Inko Midoriya, a kind-hearted woman with a gentle smile that had once been etched with worry for her quirkless son in another life. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice filled with caution. Sir Night-Eye stepped into the light, his gaze intense. "Mrs. Midoriya," he began, his voice firm yet measured. "I am Sir Night-Eye. You might know me as All Might's sidekick, and I have reason to believe that you have become involved in some unlawful extracurricular activities, shall we say." The color drained from Inko's face as she stared at the hero before her. "I don't know what you're talking about," she stammered, her heart racing. But she couldn't fool Sir Night-Eye. His sharp eyes saw right through her. Sir Night-Eye studied her for a moment, his gaze unyielding. Then, with a sigh, he said, "I know you're Deku, Mrs. Midoriya. I've seen the application for Shiketsu High School. The texts you sent to me line up perfectly." Inko's confusion grew as she stared at the hero before her. Deku? How could she possibly be that new vigilante Deku that she hears from the news at least once a week now? Inko was anything but a fighter, she herself knew that. Her thoughts were a jumble as she tried to piece together what was happening. "Not Deku," she managed to say, her voice quivering. Sir Night-Eye's gaze bore into her, his expression unyielding. "Don't lie to me," he said calmly, his eyes never leaving hers. "Your motivation, timing, movement, it all lines up to Deku." Inko's mind raced, trying to comprehend what he was saying. Deku? It was ludicrous. She had never had any aspirations of becoming a hero since she was 16, they had long since died when she met Hisashi. God, how long had it been since that terrible day? "I don't understand," she stammered, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. "How could I be Deku? I'm just a mother trying to make ends meet and keep my son safe." Sir Night-Eye's gaze softened slightly, recognizing the genuine bewilderment in her voice. "If you have nothing to hide, then you won't mind if I check your house then?" Inko's eyes widened even further, her heart hammering in her chest. "What? Why would you need to do that?" she sputtered. "To confirm your identity," he replied, his voice still firm but with a hint of understanding. "If you truly are not involved in these vigilante activities, then there should be no issue." Her thoughts spun out of control as she considered his proposal. If she let him in, would he find something that could link her to Deku? Would she be able to maintain the charade? Her mind was a maelstrom of doubt and fear, but she had no choice. With trembling hands, she stepped aside, allowing him to enter her home. The house was modest, filled with the warmth of a loving family. Photos of Izuku adorned the walls, chronicling his life from a smiling toddler to a young child in a semi-private elementary school uniform. As Sir Night-Eye walked through the rooms, his eyes searched for any sign of the quirks he had seen Deku use. Yet, everything was eerily ordinary, and the more he looked, the more Inko felt a sense of unease grow within her. "I don't know why you think I'm this Deku," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the thunder of her own heart. "I've never done anything like that." Sir Night-Eye nodded solemnly, his eyes sweeping the living room. "I understand your concern, Mrs. Midoriya, but I must be thorough." He began to check the room, moving to the coat closet and then the bookshelves, looking for any signs of a vigilante's gear. As he moved from room to room, Inko trailed behind him, her eyes darting nervously, not out of guilt mind you, but simply the fact that she was being accused. "You don't have to do this," she protested weakly, her voice shaking with the stress of the situation. "I promise you, I'm not Deku." Sir Night-Eye continued his search, his eyes sharp and focused. He checked under beds, in closets, and even peered into the fridge. He was thorough, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, with each passing moment he felt the doubt creeping in. The house was clean, almost too clean for a single mother and her son. And then he saw a little child with white hair, fully red eyes, and horns sticking out of his forehead. The child looked like he was just out of a deep slumber. "Mom, what's wrong?" he said, still rubbing his eyes and yawning. Sir Night-Eye froze, his hand hovering over a photo album, his mind racing. That's when it dawned on him, the child before him was Izuku Midoriya. But something was off, his eyes, his horns. It couldn't be, could it? He quickly composed himself and turned to Inko. "Is this your son?" Inko nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Yes, that's Izuku," she said, her voice trembling. The hero looked from the confused child back to Inko. But your Quirk," he stuttered, his mind racing to piece together the puzzle before him. Inko looked at her son, then back at Sir Night-Eye with a mix of fear and determination. "Izuku, this is Sir Night-Eye. He's here to talk to us about something important." Izuku rubbed his eyes and looked up at the hero with curiosity. In reality, it was nearly hysterical panic. "What about?" Sir Night-Eye knelt down to Izuku's eye level, his gaze softening. "Your mother might have something to do with a very interesting hero named Deku, young man." I need to know if you've heard of them. Izuku's eyes nearly widened in shock. Deku? Is that a new hero? It took everything to mimic an excited child's tone, his heart hammering in his chest. He hadn't thought this through, hadn't considered the possibility that he might be found out like this, at least, this early. Sir Night-Eye nodded, his eyes searching Izuku's for any signs of deception. They've been making quite the impact, helping those in need without asking for anything in return. Do you know anything about them? No, sir. Why? It was so exhausting playing an average excited child when it was. What time was it anyways? Well, Sir Night-Eye began, there have been some reports of suspicious activities around your area, and Deku seems to be involved in a way. So they're not a hero? I didn't say that, Izuku, Sir Night-Eye replied carefully. But the law states that all hero activity must be registered and sanctioned by the Hero Commission. If Deku isn't following those rules, then they could be in trouble. Inko's eyes darted back and forth between the two of them, her heart racing as she tried to process what was happening. Why did Sir Night-Eye think she was involved anyways? As if reading her thoughts, Sir Night-Eye spoke up, Mrs. Midoriya, I'm not here to cause any trouble for your family. But I need to understand the situation. If you are indeed Deku, then he's doing something incredibly dangerous and we need to ensure you and your son's safety. Inko's eyes searched the hero's face for any hint of malice, but found none. Instead, she saw a man who was genuinely concerned for the well-being of others. She took a deep breath and made her decision. You're wrong, she said firmly. I'm not Deku, or any type of vigilante for that matter. Sir Night-Eye studied her for a long moment before standing up. He knew he was pushing his luck, but he had to be sure. If that's the case, then I will gladly apologize for the intrusion, he said with a hint of regret in his voice. But I need to be certain. Izuku, I need you to tell me the truth, he said gently, turning around to him and getting on his level. Do you have any idea who Deku might be? No, sir. He stated simply, trying to keep his breath unsteady to mimic being subject to intimidation. I don't know anything about Deku, I swear. Sir Night-Eye sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. He had come so far, and yet he was no closer to the truth than when he had started. He had checked every corner of the house, every nook and cranny, and found nothing that could link Inko to the enigmatic Deku. Yet, his instincts screamed at him that something was off. That was it. He checked every room except the child's room, the one place a mother could hide something she didn't want found. He turned and walked towards the closed door, the tension in the air thickening with each step. May I? He asked Inko. She nodded, her eyes never leaving his. He opened the door to a room that was a stark contrast to the rest of the house. It was a mess of action figures and comic books, a typical boy's room. But his life had more than proven that looks can be deceiving. Sir Night-Eye began his search, checking the shelves, the bed, and even the toys scattered across the floor. Each step he took was calculated, his eyes searching for anything that could be used to confirm or deny his suspicion. As he moved through the room, he noticed a peculiar pattern on the bedsheets, a subtle blend of colors that seemed to shift and change as he viewed them from different angles. It reminded him of something, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. His mind raced with the possibility that this was a clue, something that could be linked to the echo chameleon he had heard about in whispers on the streets. But as he delved deeper into the clutter, he found no costume, no mask, no sign of any vigilante gear. Just a collection of worn-out action figures and a well-loved pillow with a frayed All Might emblem stitched onto it. The room was a testament to Izuku's innocence, or so it seemed. Sir Night-Eye paused, his eyes landing on a sketchbook hidden beneath a pile of clothes. He picked it up and flipped through the pages, each one filled with detailed drawings of various quirks and hero concepts. His heart sank as he realized that the child before him was not just any fan of heroes. He was someone who dreamed of being one. The weight of his accusation grew heavier with every page he turned. He felt like he was intruding on a sacred space, a place where a young boy had poured out his aspirations and fears. Sir Night-Eye closed the sketchbook and looked up at Inko, who was watching him with a mix of hope and trepidation. Mrs. Midoriya, he said finally, I must admit, I found nothing here that would indicate your involvement with Deku. The relief was palpable in the room, and Inko visibly relaxed, her eyes filling with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "Thank you for believing me." Sir Night-Eye handed the sketchbook back to Izuku, his gaze lingering on the innocent drawings for a moment longer. "I believe you can be a great hero, young man," he said, his voice firm. "And I want you to know that being a hero isn't just about the quirks you have. It's about the choices you make and the people you choose to protect." With a heavy heart, Sir Night-Eye turned to leave, the unanswered questions still lingering in his mind. As he stepped out of the house, the cold evening air hit him, a stark contrast to the warmth and love that filled the Midoriya's home. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something vital, that there was more to Inko and Izuku's story than met the eye. But as a hero, he had to respect the law and the boundaries of privacy, even if his instincts told him otherwise. As he walked away, he couldn't help but cast a final glance over his shoulder. In the window, he saw Inko's silhouette, her hand resting on Izuku's shoulder. The scene was a stark reminder of his own past, of the sacrifices made and the burdens carried. He had to trust that he was doing the right thing, that his suspicions were unfounded. The night was quiet, almost eerily so, as Sir Night-Eye made his way back to his agency. His thoughts were a jumbled mess, torn between the unanswered questions about Deku and the image of Izuku and Inko, who had looked at him with such innocence. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had missed something crucial. In the silence that followed Sir Night-Eye's departure, Izuku and his mother shared a knowing look. His heart was pounding in his chest as the adrenaline of the situation began to wear off. He had almost been caught, and the thought of his mother being implicated in his secret was too much to bear. Mentally letting out a sigh of relief, Izuku retreated to his room, his thoughts racing. He needed to make sure that his suit was safely hidden from any prying eyes. His mother had always been supportive of his dreams, but the reality of his nocturnal escapades was something she didn't need to know. The last thing he wanted was for her to worry about his safety, especially with the way things had just played out. The suit was tucked away in a ground vent, a weird quirk of this household, under his bed near the top right corner. He had placed it there in a hurry before Sir Night-Eye's unexpected visit, hoping it would be inconspicuous enough not to be found. As Izuku approached the vent, he mentally prepared himself for the worst-case scenario, his mind racing with excuses for the hero gear. He reached under his bed, his hand feeling the cool metal grate. With trembling fingers, he pulled it open, revealing the tight space where his secret was hidden. The suit looked at him, a silent companion in his quest for justice. It was a constant reminder of the promise he had made to himself and to the world. He let out a sigh of relief so deep that it seemed to echo through his very soul as he confirmed that his secret remained safe. Carefully, he extracted the suit and laid it out on his bed, inspecting it for any signs of damage or wear from his previous night's adventures. The fabric was still intact, the modifications he had made to the suit to accommodate the quirk aspects that he decided to use as Deku, the more inconspicuous ones, held up well. The thought of being caught with his suit had filled him with a fear that was more than just being found out as Deku. It was a fear of disappointing his mother, of bringing harm to her. The suit was a symbol of his newfound purpose, a silent pact between him and his secret first life, and all the experiences he had in it. He had to be careful, not just for his mother's sake, but for the people he had come to love in his new life as Izuku. He couldn't risk losing them due to his past actions. With a gentle touch, he checked the pockets for his phone, the voice modulator, and the small utility belt that held his makeshift gadgets. Everything was accounted for. His heart rate began to finally slow down a bit, the panic subsiding as the reality of the situation set in. He had been so close to being discovered, so close to having his secret life as Deku ripped away from him. Carefully, Izuku put the vent cover back into place, ensuring it was as seamless as before. He took one last look around his room, making sure there were no other signs of his double life, or any devices Sir Night could have placed while he was looking around in his room. The house was still, the only sound the distant echo of Sir Night-Eye's footsteps as he walked away. Izuku decided to finish the act and looked at his mother with a mix of confusion and concern. "What was that all about, Mom?" She took a deep breath. "It's nothing really, Izuku." Just a simple misunderstanding. For a moment, they remained in silence, the weight of the conversation pressing down on them like a heavy blanket. Then Inko spoke up, her voice barely a whisper. Izuku, I know you're a good boy and I trust you. But if there's anything you need to tell me, anything at all, please do. The urge to confess washed over him, to tell her everything about his nights as Deku, about the quirks he had been using, the people he had saved, and the battles he had fought. But he knew he couldn't. The burden was his alone to bear. Mom, he said, his voice steady, I'm just a kid who loves heroes, that's all. Inko searched his eyes, looking for any hint of a lie, but she found only the truth. She knew her son better than anyone else. Izuku, she said firmly, I'll always support you, no matter what you choose to do. But you must be careful. Being a hero is more than just having a quirk. It's about making the right choices and keeping yourself safe. Izuku nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of her words. He knew that his mother had seen the toll that heroism had taken on All Might, and he didn't want her to go through that pain again with his own struggles and injuries. But deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was meant to be a hero. With the system, he had the power to make a difference without the risks that came with his previous life thanks to his foreknowledge and experience. He had long since promised himself that he would use his newfound abilities wisely, just like when he first gained One for All, to protect those who couldn't protect themselves, and to honor the legacy of his mentor, All Might. Time passed, and Izuku grew older, the years weaving themselves into the fabric of his life as naturally as the threads of a well-crafted quilt. Now at the tender age of 9, found himself around the time when All Might first fought All for One, before the world knew of the true threat that lurked in the shadows. There was just one problem: he had no idea where they fought. It never came up whenever he and All Might talked. With this, he was at a loss. He decided to stalk All Might as Deku as best as he could. He knew it was risky, but he had to understand the gravity of the situation. If he could witness the battle between All Might and All for One, maybe he stop All Might from being injured at least as badly this time, and actually kill All for One as well. But first he had to get a layout of the city and learn about the most common whereabouts of All Might. So, Izuku began his reconnaissance mission, donning his homemade Deku costume and sneaking out after school. He'd always tell Mom he was going to the library or arcade. The first few days were uneventful. He followed the patterns of All Might's public appearances, the locations of his hero agency, and the routes he took during his patrols. Izuku was careful not to get too close, using his echo-chameleon aspect of his quirk to mimic the sounds of the city and blend into the background, ensuring that he remained undetected. His heart raced every time he caught a glimpse of his idol and teacher, his eyes watching the powerful hero with a mix of admiration and determination. One evening, as Izuku was tailing All Might, Inko thought he was sound asleep. Inko decided to go for a quick grocery run. Izuku's quirk had him to where he needed a lot of food, and she left the house unknowing of the danger that lurked in the shadows. As she walked back, a thug emerged from an alleyway, his eyes glinting with malicious intent as he spotted the vulnerable woman with her bag of groceries. Her heart racing, Inko tried to quicken her pace, but her legs felt like lead. She knew she wouldn't be able to outrun the thug, and fear clutched at her heart as she thought of her son, sleeping safely at home, blissfully unaware of the danger she was in. But as the shadowy figure grew closer, she heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind her, and suddenly she felt a gentle push forward. The thug's grasp missed, and she stumbled a few steps before regaining her balance. Turning around, Inko was met with the sight of a masked vigilante, dressed in an All Might merch jacket. Nice guy. He had heard about him in the news like Deku, but seeing him in person was a different experience. The vigilante's eyes were a soft brown, and his grin was filled with a strange mix of kindness and resolve. "Thank you," she gasped, her eyes wide with shock and relief. "Are you okay?" The thug, now on the defensive, snarled and lunged at the masked hero. "You're not getting away with this." Nice guy stepped aside with surprising grace, allowing the thug to stumble past. He then reached out and plucked the bag of groceries from the thief's grasp. "On the contrary, I think these belong to you," he said, handing the bag back to Inko. The thug, caught off guard by the vigilante's unorthodox approach, stumbled and fell to the ground. What the hell? He scrambled to his feet, his fists clenched, ready to fight. But Nice Guy remained calm, his stance casual yet poised. "I'd suggest you rethink your life choices," he said, his voice muffled by the mask. "Heroes are all over this city, and we're not too fond of scumbags like you." Inko's heart was still racing as she watched the unfolding scene. She had heard whispers about this mysterious figure, the unsung hero who had been leaving a trail of thwarted small-time crimes and bewildered criminals in his wake. He was said to be swift and clever, leaving no trace behind except for the occasional piece of merchandise that seemed to appear out of thin air. As the thug took off running, Inko could only stare at the retreating figure of Nice Guy, her heart still racing from the close encounter. "Thank you," she called out after him, but he was already gone, disappearing into the night as quickly as he had appeared. She clutched her bag of groceries tightly, her mind racing with questions. Back at home, Izuku sat at his computer, his heart racing from his own secret escapade. He had followed All Might to the edge of the city, where he had witnessed a glimpse of the hero's true power. The thumping of his heart was a stark contrast to the quiet of his room, the only sound being the hum of his computer's fan. As he scoured the internet for any information on the battle between All Might and All for One, he heard the front door open and his mother's footsteps. He quickly minimized his browser window and pretended to be engrossed in his schoolwork, his mind racing with the details of the night's events. He had seen All Might in action, but something was off. There was a sense of urgency in the air that he couldn't quite place, a tension that seemed to hum just beneath the surface of the city. He knew he had to be prepared for anything these days. While Izuku had been busy with his own training and the orchestration of his plans, Katsuki Bakugo had been anything but idle. Years of relentless training had honed his skills and tempered his spirit, transforming him into a formidable force. His explosive quirk had evolved significantly since their days at the park. Katsuki had always been a natural leader, his fiery spirit and unwavering determination inspiring those around him and annoying others. Throughout the years, Katsuki had pushed himself to the brink of his abilities, his youthful anger and competitive spirit fueling his relentless pursuit of power and prestige. Since the fateful day at the park, Katsuki had devoted every waking moment to honing his explosive quirk. His parents, recognizing his potential, had enrolled him in rigorous training programs and sought out the best coaches money could buy. Every morning, if he didn't have school that is, otherwise it would all be pushed back, much to his anger, Katsuki would rise before the sun, his body a whirlwind of energy and determination. His routine was unyielding, a mix of martial arts, gymnastics, and explosive control drills that would make even the most stoic of soldiers break a sweat. Katsuki's training regimen was legendary among the kids in the neighborhood, who often gathered to watch from a safe distance as the young prodigy unleashed explosive punches and kicks that left craters in the ground. His parents, while proud of his dedication, often worried for his safety. Almost every day, Katsuki's training was meticulously planned and executed. He began with a strict regimen of physical conditioning that included weightlifting, cardio, and agility drills, pushing his body to its limits. His quirk, Explosion, required immense control and precision, so his training focused heavily on mastering his explosive output. He experimented with different types of detonations, learning to control the size and intensity of his blasts. His hands, once a simple source of power, had started to become precise tools that could dismantle structures or perform delicate surgery with equal ease. But amidst the fiery blasts and rigorous exercises, Katsuki felt a growing emptiness. He had always craved recognition, but as he grew stronger, the accolades lost their shine. He began to question what it truly meant to be a hero. Was it about the power, the glory, or was there something more? His encounters with Izuku, the persistent rival and friend of his, had planted a seed of doubt in his mind. Despite their rivalry, he couldn't ignore the unyielding kindness that Izuku demonstrated even when faced with his own inadequacies. One fateful evening, as Katsuki was pushing through his training, his mother called him over. She had stumbled upon an article about a recent spike in hero activity and the emergence of a mysterious vigilante. The article spoke of figures known as Nice Guy and Deku, whose deeds were saving lives and capturing small-time criminals across the city. His eyes widened as he read the second name, Deku. The kanji was the same as Izuku's name, even if it was a different reading. Could it be a coincidence? It had to be, right? Driven by curiosity and a gnawing suspicion, Katsuki decided to investigate these rumors for himself. He had to know if Izuku had somehow become a vigilante, and without him. His training had made him more observant and adept than most his age, and he knew he could track down the truth if he set his mind to it. He pulled out his phone, his thumbs dancing across the screen as he typed out a message to the only person who could confirm or deny his suspicion. "Hey Izuku, what do you think of those vigilantes Nice Guy and Deku?" he sent, trying to keep his tone casual, for him, despite the storm brewing inside himself, more than usual. Izuku's reply came almost immediately. "They're kinda cool, I guess. I mean, they are breaking the law, why?" Katsuki's curiosity was piqued by Izuku's response, and he could feel his heart racing as he continued texting. "Why do you think they break the law then?" he sent, his thumb hovering over the phone screen, his mind racing with the implications of his suspicion. Izuku replied, "Well, maybe they have their reasons. Some people can't always fit into the system, you know?" His response was measured, hinting at an understanding that Katsuki hadn't anticipated. Katsuki's thoughts swirled like the flames of his quirk. Could it be possible? Was Izuku actually one of those vigilantes? He had always known his childhood friend had a strange fascination with heroism, even more than him, but this was something else entirely. The idea that Izuku, the same boy he had once been the only one he looked as an equal, could be out there making a real difference without his knowledge was both thrilling and infuriating. Without giving away his suspicion, Katsuki decided to probe further. "Yeah, I guess so," he typed back. "But don't you think it's dangerous? They're not like proper heroes, they don't have the same training or support." Izuku felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead as he replied, "Maybe, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do to help people, right? Maybe that's what they're thinking?" His heart was racing faster than ever, hoping that he wasn't giving too much away. Katsuki read Izuku's reply and felt a strange mix of emotions. There was an underlying respect in Izuku's words, a respect that hinted at personal experience. Could it be that the boy who had once been his equal in spirit and dreams had actually become something more than him? Katsuki put down his phone and stared into the mirror, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames of his quirk. The question burned in his mind. If Izuku could become a hero in his own right, why couldn't he? He had the power, the drive, and now the inspiration. If Izuku could be a vigilante, then why couldn't he? Meanwhile, as the city of Muzutafu slept, Nice Guy continued his solitary patrols. He moved with the grace of a cat and the stealth of a ghost, his slide and glide quirk allowing him to slip through the shadows with relative ease. His eyes scanned the dark streets, a silent sentinel in search of those in need. As he rounded a corner, he heard the distant wail of a siren, signaling trouble nearby. His heart quickened, and he bolted towards the sound, eager to offer his assistance. Upon arriving at the scene, he saw a group of robbers fleeing from a jewelry store. Nice Guy took a deep breath, focusing on the sounds of the city. He listened for the echoes of the thieves' footsteps, allowing him to pinpoint their location. The criminals didn't stand a chance against his heightened senses. He remained unseen, his speed, even if he basically had to be on all fours just to use it, and agility granting him the upper hand. As he approached, he barreled into the legs of the weakest-looking member of the group, knocking him over. The thief let out a yelp, and the others turned to face this unexpected obstacle. Nice Guy's voice echoed through the night, "You're not getting away with this." The thieves, caught off guard by his sudden appearance, froze for a brief moment. Their eyes fell upon his unassuming form, the cheap all-might jacket merch he wore seemingly making him look even less assuming than he truly was. He slipped forward, barely dodging their attacks, and being graded by others. His slide and glide quirk allowed him to move swiftly and silently across the pavement, catching the thieves off guard. The small-time thieves were no match for his newly honed reflexes and unpredictable fighting style. As they stumbled and fell before him, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. This wasn't even a fair fight, the thieves realized as they struggled against the unyielding force of the mysterious nice guy. His slide and glide quirk, combined with the element of surprise, made him a formidable opponent. They threw punches and kicks, but nice guy was already gone, his body moving in nearly a blur of motion that seemed to defy physics. I mean, all half-decent quirks for using in life kinda did in one form or another. With each takedown, he whispered words of encouragement, urging them to seek a better path. They were more confused than afraid, and their incompetence was almost comical. As the last thief fell to the ground, the sirens grew louder. Nice guy knew the real heroes would be here soon, the ones who wore the flashy costumes and had the proper licenses. He didn't need the credit, he just wanted to make a difference, plus he didn't feel like getting arrested. With a final little chuckle to himself, nice guy took off, vanishing into the night before the real heroes arrived. His heart raced with the thrill of the chase and the satisfaction of a job well done. He had always enjoyed the rush of adrenaline that came with using his quirk, but this newfound purpose gave him something more, a sense of belonging. He was making a difference in the world, even if it was from the sidelines. As he disappeared into the night, the police officers rounded the corner, their flashlights bouncing off the walls as they searched for the perpetrators. They found only the downed thieves and the bewildered store owner, who couldn't quite explain what had happened. The thieves mumbled about a ghostly figure in a cheap all-might costume. Nice guy, with a sense of accomplishment, retreated to a nearby rooftop to watch the unfolding events. He knew that the real heroes would be along shortly to claim the victory and ensure the safety of the city. As he caught his breath, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his actions. He had always dreamed of being a hero, but now he was living it, even if it was in the shadows. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the alleyway below, their footsteps silent despite their hasty approach. It was Deku, he realized, the most famous vigilante in all of Japan, dressed in their signature costume. Then they looked up. Koichi Himawari, we need to talk. Koichi Himawari's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the most famous vigilante in the entire country, and he somehow knew exactly who he was. Deku, with a seemingly stern look on their face, you could just tell even with the mask in the way somehow, jumped down, his power evident. I've been watching you for a while, they said, their voice muffled by the mask that concealed their identity. Your intentions are pure, but your methods are a bit too reckless for my liking. You're currently playing with fire, and it's only a matter of time before you get burned at this rate. Koichi's eyes widened. How did they know his real name? And what did they mean by reckless? He had been so careful, always avoiding confrontation with the more dangerous villains. I'm just trying to help. I know, Deku replied, their tone softening slightly, but you need to actually know how to fight and protect yourself, not just slide around on the ground and surprise low-level crooks. Koichi felt a mix of excitement and embarrassment. He had always looked up to Deku, even if he had never admitted it out loud to others. Now, he was standing before one of his idols, being offered guidance. I know I'm not as strong as you, he stammered, but I can still do something. Deku nodded. That's true, but strength isn't everything. It's about using your quirk to its fullest potential and making smart decisions. You have a unique ability, one that can be incredibly powerful if used correctly. I can see that you care about people, and that's the most important part of being a hero, legal or not. The two vigilantes sat on the rooftop, the distant sounds of the city a gentle reminder of the lives they sought to protect. Deku studied the earnestness in Koichi's eyes, recognizing the same spark that had driven them both to take up the mantle of heroism. You're right, they said, caring is the most important part. But you must learn to HR and assess your power responsibly. If you wish to truly make a difference, I can train you. Koichi's heart leapt at the offer. Training with Deku? It was like being offered a chance to learn from the legendary All Might himself just if he was a vigilante. Really? You'd train me? Deku nodded solemnly. But understand, this isn't a game. The life of any type of hero is fraught with danger and responsibility. If you wish to walk this path, you must be prepared for what it entails. I won't hold your hand, but I'll be there to guide you. Koichi took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. I'm ready. Whatever it takes to become a hero. And so, the unlikely duo began their secret nightly training sessions. Deku pushed him to his limits, teaching him not only how to control and enhance his slide and glide quirk but also the importance of strategy and stealth. Under Deku's watchful eye, Koichi slowly grew stronger and more confident. He learned to glide across rooftops with grace, to use his quirk to dodge and evade attacks, and even to create small distractions with the echoes of his voice. Their bond grew as they shared stories of their past and their aspirations for the future. Deku saw in him a kindred spirit, someone who truly understood the weight of the hero's path. One fateful night, as the two were finishing up their training, a powerful tremor shook the city. The earth groaned and cracked, sending buildings crumbling to the ground. It was a villain attack, one that had been brewing beneath the city's surface for weeks. The tremors grew stronger, and it was clear that the situation was spiraling out of control. The professional heroes were already stretched thin, dealing with the chaos that the villains had unleashed. Deku turned to Nice Guy, their eyes meeting through their disguises. "This is it," they said firmly. "We have to help." Without another word, the two vigilantes leaped into action, racing towards the epicenter of the destruction. The sight that greeted them was one of horror and panic. People ran screaming through the streets as buildings crumbled around them. The tremors grew more intense with each passing second, and the very air was filled with the acrid scent of fear. Nice Guy's heart raced as he saw the extent of the damage. "What do we do?" he shouted over the din. "We save as many as we can," Deku said, their voice unwavering. "We stick to the shadows and support where we're needed. The pros will handle the heavy lifting." They split up, each disappearing into the chaos with their unique abilities. Nice Guy slid through the alleyways, his slide and glide quirk allowing him to blur past the panicking citizens, to the point where they could only see the basic colors of the one that passed them, not the fact he was wearing an All Might hoodie. As the tremors grew more intense, Nice Guy's senses sharpened. He could feel the vibrations in the ground, and he knew that he had to act quickly. He spotted a group of people trapped under a pile of rubble, their cries for help echoing through the dusty air. He approached with caution. He started removing the rubble, one piece by one, his body quivering with the effort of each movement. His slide and glide quirk allowed him to stick to the unstable ground, but it was clear that the situation was dire. The tremors grew stronger, and the pile of debris threatened to collapse on them any moment. He had to be fast, yet careful. With a final heave, he pulled free the last piece of rubble, revealing a small child, her eyes wide with terror. "It's okay," he whispered, his voice echoing gently around them. "I've got you." He scooped her up into his arms and slid away from the crumbling building, her cries of fear slowly turning to sobs of relief. As he made his way through the city, he noticed the tremors had caused a gas main to rupture. The smell of gas was thick in the air, and he knew that one spark could lead to a devastating explosion. He had to act fast. Deku, with their incredible speed and precision, dashed through the city, searching for any signs of trouble that might have been overlooked by the professional heroes. Their eyes scanned the chaos, searching for those in need of their unique brand of heroism. They had to be careful, though. With their power came a responsibility to stay hidden. Meanwhile, Deku was busy putting out small fires that had erupted due to the tremors, using their quirk to manipulate the air currents and smother the flames before they could spread. They moved swiftly, leaving a trail of cool breezes in their wake. Nice Guy, now more focused than ever, set his sights on the gas leak. He approached it with caution, his thermal sense allowing him to detect the heat of the escaping gas. He took a deep breath and centered himself. He knew that one wrong move could mean disaster for everyone nearby. With a silent prayer, he began to manipulate the gas molecules, cooling them down until they condensed into a harmless liquid that could be contained. The child in his arms clung tightly to him, her tiny voice a reminder of the stakes of their mission. "You're safe now," he assured her, his voice echoing gently in the enclosed space. "I'm going to get you to a safe place." He slid through the wreckage, weaving a path through the destruction, his eyes never leaving hers. Finally, he reached the edge of the destruction, where a group of professional heroes had set up a makeshift rescue area. He gently placed the child into the arms of a relieved rescue worker, who promised to take her to safety. The little girl looked up at him, her eyes filled with gratitude, and Nice Guy knew that he had made the right choice. "Hey, isn't that the vigilante Nice Guy?" Koichi's heart skipped a beat as he realized he had been spotted. He had been so focused on the child that he had forgotten to keep his disguise up. He turned to see a young hero, their eyes wide with excitement and a hint of accusation. He knew he had to act fast or else. Quickly, he activated his slide and glide quirk, and his form quickly slipped away. Deku, not too far away, also seemed to be gone in a flash of air. The young hero squinted, trying to follow the blur with their eyes. "Where did they go?" they murmured, but their question was drowned out by the cacophony of the city in distress. Deku reappeared next to him. "Well done, could have gone better, but nice job, Nice Guy," they said, their voice filled with genuine praise. "Your quirk has surprising versatility, as most quirks these days do when put in the right hands. Now let's get out of here before we're spotted again." They both disappeared into the night, leaving behind a trail of whispers and wonder. As they distanced themselves from the chaos, Deku spoke again. "You've got potential, but we need to get you a new suit. It's too obvious you're a vigilante when you're constantly wearing All Might's hoodie merch." Koichi nodded, feeling the weight of his decision to accept Deku's offer. "I understand," he said, his voice still shaking slightly. "I'll work on it." "No, I'll make you one. My mother taught me how to sew," Deku said, a hint of fondness in their voice. It's important to blend in. After all, a hero's greatest weapon is often their presence. Together, they made their way back to the quiet solitude of the rooftop, where Deku began to already sketch out a design for the new suit, well, really just a suit. It has to be functional, they mused, but also not draw too much attention. After all, we're not looking for a photo shoot. Koichi nodded, his mind racing with the excitement of the new adventure ahead. "Should I give you my measurements or something?" Deku chuckled. "Don't worry about it, I have a pretty good eye for these things. You're about 168 to 175 centimeters tall, right? 5'6" to 5'9". They peered over the mask and studied him. "And you look like you're probably around 50 to 55 kilos, 110 to 120 pounds. Their accuracy took him aback. "How did you know that?" "Just a simple guess," Deku said with a wink. Koichi could see their eyes, but somehow he just knew Deku was winking. "But I'll make sure it fits perfectly, or at least almost perfectly." "Thank you, just thank you, Deku," Nice Guy said with sincerity in his voice. The thought of having a custom-made suit was something that had never crossed his mind. Deku nodded, a small smile playing on their lips. "It's nothing. Now let's get to the real work. We need to come up with a code name for you, something that's not just Nice Guy, it's too generic." Koichi thought for a moment, his mind racing through various names and titles that could encapsulate his new identity. "What about?" He paused, his voice trailing off as he tried to think of something that would resonate with the essence of his quirk and his desire to remain unnoticed. Deku tapped their chin thoughtfully. "How about you sleep on it and tell me tomorrow?" they suggested, knowing that coming up with a hero name was a big deal and it wasn't something to rush into. Koichi nodded, his mind swirling with ideas. As he slid away into the night back to his apartment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of belonging he hadn't experienced before. He was no longer just a bystander with a quirk, he was a hero in the making. The tremors had subsided, but the city was still a mess, and there was much work to be done. However, for the first time, he felt like he had a true purpose in this world of chaos. Izuku simply looked on as the vigilante previously known as Nice Guy made his way, presumably to his house apartment, lost in his own thoughts. He knew that the journey ahead was fraught with danger and challenges, but he also knew that with the right guidance, anyone could become a hero. Now he just had to go shopping and secretly use his mother's sewing machine. He'll think of how to do that after another hour of vigilantism, Izuku thought to himself. For now, he had a city to help save. He took off the mask, revealing his tired but determined face, less noticeable in his lizard man form, simply an aura of tiredness really. The city was still in chaos, but the tremors had ceased, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Izuku knew that there were still people who needed help, and he had the power to assist them. With renewed vigor, he made the decision to continue as Deku for another hour. The weight of his newfound quirk and the lives he could potentially touch with it was a responsibility he did not take lightly. As Deku, Izuku leaped from rooftop to rooftop, using his various quirks to blend in with his surroundings and navigate the city's chaos with ease. His thermal sense helped him locate survivors trapped in the wreckage, and his sticky fingers allowed him to scale buildings without leaving a trace. He had become a silent guardian, a hero who did not need the spotlight to make a difference. With each life he touched, he felt a sense of fulfillment that he had experienced in his original timeline and still loved, even after all these years. After what felt like only a short second of helping those in need, Deku made his way back home, his feet heavy with exhaustion but his heart light with satisfaction. He slipped into the quiet solitude of his room, the stark contrast to the chaos outside feeling almost surreal. He looked around his small space, filled with memories of his past life, and felt a newfound sense of purpose. This wasn't just his home anymore, it was his fortress, his base of operations. He sat on the edge of his bed, his body aching from the exertion of the night's events. His mind raced with thoughts of the lives he had touched and the quirks he had yet to explore. His eyes grew heavy, and before he knew it, he had succumbed to the embrace of sleep. In his dreams, he found himself back in the world he knew so well, standing alongside his mentor, All Might. The great hero looked at him with a knowing smile, his eyes filled with the warmth that had always been a beacon of hope in the darkest of times. "You've made the right choice, Izuku," he said, his powerful voice echoing through the corridors of Izuku's mind. "The power to give is the greatest power of all." Izuku watched as scenes from his past life played out before him, moments of triumph and sorrow, friendship and loss. He saw himself as a young boy, dreaming of becoming a hero, and the countless hours he had spent training to achieve that dream. He saw the joy in the faces of those he had saved, the camaraderie with his classmates at UA, and the fierce battles against the League of Villains. But amidst the nostalgia, there was a sense of unfinished business. The faces of those he hadn't been able to save haunted him, a reminder of the path he had chosen. The dream shifted, and he was back in the moment when All Might had passed him the one for all quirk. The path to the quirk transfer had been painful, but it had been worth it for the chance to carry on his mentor's legacy. As the memories of his past life swirled around him, a question began to form in his mind. What if he could give that same chance to others? What if he could help those who had been overlooked, like him, to find their place in the world of heroes? With the first light of dawn, Izuku awoke with a newfound resolve. The tremors from the night before had left the city in a state of disarray, but as the sun rose, so too did the spirits of its inhabitants. They emerged from their houses and apartments, banding together to rebuild. Yet Izuku made a promise to make a suit for Koichi and he intended to keep it. And so, Izuku woke up early, his mind buzzing with ideas for a new hero costume for Koichi. He knew that the right image was essential for any hero, something that would instill both fear in the hearts of villains and trust in the hearts of the citizens. He rummaged through his cloths that he usually used to fix his own suit and found a set of black fabric that he hadn't thought about using in a long time. Izuku had always enjoyed sewing, a skill passed down from his mother, and he felt a strange sense of nostalgia, remembering how bad he used to be at it when he first started during his third year of UA. He set to work, his nimble fingers dancing across the fabric as he brought the vision of a new hero to life. He had to be careful. If Mom caught him using her machine for anything other than mending, she'd be worried sick. He had to be swift and precise, like a ninja in the night, leaving no trace of his secret life behind. As he worked, the fabric began to take shape under his adept hands. He had designed the suit to be both practical and inconspicuous, with a sleek black color scheme that would help him blend into the shadows. He incorporated elements of the almighty merch Koichi wore so people could still tell it was the same person, but added his own twist with a subtle green lining, a nod to his own hero costume from his previous life. The design was simple yet effective, a hoodie with a built-in face mask that could be pulled up or down, a pair of cargo pants with hidden compartments for his gear, and a utility belt that could hold various tools he might need during his nightly patrols. The material was lightweight but durable, allowing for ease of movement and protection against the elements. He'd have to buff out some details, but this was a good start. By the way, sorry for not updating, my internet was down from a storm and only now starting working again. I hope I can regain my reputation as a consistent uploader. Izuku had worked tirelessly. The sewing machine had hummed away, had stopped as he finished stitching the last piece of the suit. He stepped back and surveyed his work, his heart swelling with pride. The suit was a masterpiece, a testament to his mother's teachings and his own creativity. It was perfect for someone like Koichi, someone who didn't need the flashiness of the pros to be a hero. He couldn't wait to see the look on Koichi's face when he tried it on. That exact same evening, Izuku met with Koichi on the rooftop, the quiet space serving as their makeshift hero headquarters. "I have something for you," he said, a twinkle in his eye. He handed over the bag, watching as the excitement grew on the young man's face. Koichi pulled out the black hoodie with the green lining, the mask attached to it. It was simple yet had an undeniable allure to it, like a secret waiting to be revealed. His hands trembled as he held the garment, the fabric whispering promises of heroism. "Put it on," Izuku urged gently. The transformation was immediate. As Koichi pulled the mask over his face and zipped up the hoodie, he became someone else entirely. The fabric hugged his form perfectly, as if it had been tailored just for him. He looked in the small mirror Izuku had brought, and in the reflection, a new hero was born. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice a mix of awe and gratitude. "This is amazing." "You're welcome," Izuku said, a warm smile hidden behind his own mask. "But remember, the suit is just a tool. It's what you do with it that truly makes you a hero." He paused, considering. "Now, about that name, have you thought of anything?" Koichi nodded, a spark in his eye. "I have," he said, the words filled with conviction. "From now on I shall be known as the Crawler." The name rolled off his tongue with the same elegance that the fabric of his new costume clung to his body. The Crawler. It was fitting, a nod to his quirk, slide and glide, without being too on the nose to where someone could find out his identity easily. Izuku felt a strange sense of pride swell in his chest. He had created a hero. The two of them stood on the rooftop, the setting sun casting long shadows across the cityscape. The air was filled with the sound of distant sirens and the murmur of people trying to piece their lives back together. But here, on this solitary perch, there was a sense of hope, of new beginnings. "All right, Crawler," Deku said, his voice firm. "Let's put that new gear to the test, shall we?" The Crawler nodded eagerly, the anticipation of his first patrol as a new hero practically vibrating through him. Together, they leaped into action, their forms disappearing into the shadows of the night. The first mission was simple: to stop a low-level thief that had been plaguing the local convenience store. The Crawler, still getting used to his newfound abilities and gear, followed Deku's instructions closely. They approached the scene from opposite rooftops, Deku in his lizard man form and the Crawler zooming in the shadows. The thief, a young man with a slippery hands quirk, had just snatched a handful of items and was making his escape. Deku had explained that the quirk made his hands incredibly slippery, allowing him to evade capture with ease. However, he had not counted on the combined might of Deku and the Crawler. As Deku distracted the thief with a sudden roar from the lizard form, the Crawler took advantage of the surprise to slide in from the side. The thief's eyes went wide, his grip on the stolen goods slipping as he attempted to flee. However, with the agility granted by his new quirk, the Crawler was on him in an instant. He grabbed hold of the thief's arm, his sticky fingers ensnaring him, while his thermal sense allowed him to avoid the intense heat coming from the man's slippery palms. The thief struggled, but the grip was firm. "Let me go," he shouted, his eyes darting between the two mysterious figures. Deku leaped down, landing gracefully beside them. "No, it's over," Deku said, his voice calm and commanding. The thief looked at Deku, then at the Crawler, and finally at his own slipping grasp on the stolen goods. Slowly, he relaxed, the fight draining out of him. Together, Deku and the crawler apprehended the thief and turned him over to the local authorities with a note explaining everything. The store owner, a kind-hearted woman with a quirk that allowed her to communicate with animals, thanked them profusely. The animals in the area had been disturbed by the tremors from the night before, and her usual animal companions had been too scared to help. Their mission a success, Deku and the crawler retreated back into the shadows, their hearts racing from the adrenaline of their first victory as a newfound team. The city was slowly recovering from the tremors, but the scars of the event remained etched on the buildings and the faces of the people they passed. Yet, amidst the rubble, the whispers of hope grew stronger with each heroic deed they performed. The nights grew longer as they patrolled, each encounter presenting new challenges and opportunities to put their quirks to the test. They saved kittens from trees and stopped muggings in alleyways, but they knew that these were only the beginnings of something much greater. The city was a tapestry of quirks, a patchwork of abilities that could either tear apart or hold it together. Izuku watched as the crawler grew more confident with each nightfall, his skills sharpening and his understanding of his quirks deepening. It was as if he had been born for this, destined to become a hero. And yet, the weight of his own past life remained with him, a silent specter that whispered of battles won and lost, friends made and lost, and a destiny that was never truly his to claim. But as he saw the crawler's excitement and the joy he brought to those they saved, Izuku knew he had made the right choice. This was his way of ensuring that the cycle of heroism continued, that the world was a better place even if he was no longer at its center. He had found his role, not as the symbol of peace but as the unsung hero who empowered others. But one day he got a text from Sir Night-Eye, found a potential spot for all for one. Meet me at this location. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. It had been a while since he had received any substantial leads on the elusive villain. The usual place was the abandoned warehouse they had taken to using as a base for their operations. The message was cryptic, but the urgency was clear. He knew that Sir Night-Eye would only contact him if it was absolutely necessary. Quickly, he donned his own hero costume and met Sir Night-Eye at the rendezvous. I hope this isn't another failed attempt on arresting me or finding out my secret identity again, Izuku thought with a hint of amusement, remembering their past encounters. The warehouse was in disarray, the floor littered with debris from the recent tremors. Sir Night-Eye was pacing back and forth, his expression grim. We have intel that suggests All for One is moving his operations to the underground. He began without preamble. The tremors were a cover for his escape. We need to act fast before he regroups and causes more destruction. The gravity of the situation settled over Izuku. If All for One had indeed moved operations underground, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. But he knew that with his quirk system, he had the potential to turn the tide of this covert war. We need to be careful, he said, his voice steady. We can't let our guard down, especially if he's expecting us. All Might is already on his way to fight him, but he says he needs to do this alone to avenge his mentor. And you think he actually needs help? Deku nodded in understanding. Yes, I know roughly about how strong you are, and you're a vigilante, Japan's most famous and popular vigilante, but a vigilante motherless. Simple fact is, if you disappear, very few people in the general public will seriously question it as compared to someone like the number 2 pro hero Endeavor going missing. Sir Night-Eye looked at him with a mix of admiration and concern. Deku took in his words, the reality of his situation sinking in. He had been living in the open for so long, the thought of going undercover and facing All for One again was daunting. But if it meant protecting not just the city, but the legacy of All Might as well as preventing his grave injury, he knew what he had to do, and he'd do it 9 times over. Understood, he said firmly. I'll do whatever it takes. The two heroes exchanged a solemn nod, the gravity of the situation etched on their faces. They knew that the path ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty, but together, they were stronger than ever. The night was thick with tension as Deku and Sir Night-Eye approached the rendezvous point. The crawler had been left behind for his safety. This was a mission for the more seasoned heroes. The location was a grim reminder of the chaos All for One had wreaked upon the city. A crumbling infrastructure, the tremors having exposed the hidden underbelly of the city's forgotten tunnels and sewers. As they delved deeper into the shadows, the air grew colder, the distant sounds of the city above fading into the muffled echoes of their own footsteps. They moved with the grace of shadows, each step calculated, each breath measured. The intel they had was sparse, but it was enough to narrow down their search to a specific section of the labyrinthine network beneath the city. As they approached the designated area, Izuku's heightened hearing picked up on the faint murmur of voices and the scuffle of feet. His heart raced, his senses on high alert. He recognized the distinctive energy signature of All for One, a malicious aura that seemed to seep into the very air around them. The time for stealth was over. Sir Night-Eye turned to him, his eyes gleaming with determination. "We split up," he said, his voice low. "You take the left, I'll go right. We'll meet at the source of the noise. Be careful, Det. We don't know what we're walking into." They nodded at each other before separating, each disappearing into the darkness. Izuku's echo chameleon, Quirk, allowed him to blend into the shadows, his thermal sense guiding him through the maze of corridors. He could feel the presence of the villain growing stronger with every step he took. His grip tightened on the handle of his makeshift staff, a tool that had been forged from his own will and imagination. As he turned a corner, he saw the flicker of lights up ahead. The voices grew louder, the sound of battle imminent. He knew that All Might was already there, fighting a tidally locked battle alone. The thought filled him with dread, but he pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. He sped up ready to face an enemy he hadn't in so long, the very reason he was granted this second chance. Rounding the final bend, Izuku emerged into a vast cavern. The scene that greeted him was chaotic. The air was thick with dust and the scent of burning metal, the ground trembling with the force of their clashes. All Might and All for One were locked in an epic struggle, their quirks colliding in a symphony of destruction and power. The room was a testament to their might, a battleground of twisted steel and shattered concrete. All Might's fists glowed with the intensity of a dying star as he threw punch after punch at his nemesis. All for One, for his part, absorbed the blows with a sickening grin, his body contorting and stretching in a horrific display of his power. The villain's eyes darted towards Izuku, a glint of recognition flashing across his face. "Ah, so another meaningless and weak man enters the fray," he sneered, his voice echoing through the cavern. Izuku took a deep breath, his heart hammering in his chest. He knew that his new quirk was not a match for the brute strength of All for One. But he had a plan. He had to be smart, had to outthink the monster that had plagued the world for so long. As the two titans clashed, he moved through the shadows, searching for an opening. He saw it, a brief moment where All for One's concentration was split, his eyes flickering towards the entrance of the cavern, perhaps expecting more of his minions to arrive. Taking advantage of the distraction, Izuku slammed his staff into the ground, the vibrations from the tremors he had felt earlier resonating through the earth. The cavern began to shake, and with it, the very foundation of All for One's power. The villain staggered, his grin faltering. "What is this?" he roared, his voice bouncing off the walls. Deku didn't wait for an answer. He sprinted forward, his legs moving faster than they ever had before. With a flick of his wrist, he flung prices of rubble at the villain, never relenting, not even considering or entertaining the thought of it even once. All for One's attention was torn from All Might as the debris pummeled him. He threw his arms up to shield himself, but it was too late. The tremors grew more intense, and the very ground beneath them began to crack. The villain's eyes widened in shock as he realized the source of the disturbance. "You," he growled, recognizing a formidable enemy when they showed themselves. "Who are you?" Almighty, a voice he hadn't heard in person for so long. No, now wasn't the time to get sentimental. Deku had a mission. "Just an echo of the past that no one remembers," Izuku replied, his voice a blend of his own and the hero he once knew. "Someone who knows your quirk better than anyone else ever could." All for One's eyes crimson narrowed as he studied the newcomer, his curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar quirk. "Interesting, who are you really?" "I'm the one who's going to make sure you don't take any more quirks, or lives," Izuku said firmly, his voice echoing with the determination of 1,000 unspoken battles. The sudden appearance of an unexpected ally, surged forward. The two heroes attacked in unison, a flurry of fists and steel clashing against the monstrous form of All for One. The tremors grew stronger, the earth groaning under the strain of their power. Izuku knew that he had to act fast before the cavern collapsed around them. He focused on his quirk, reaching out to go full speed, overclock. He had never used it to this extent before, but there was no time for fear. The world around him slowed to a crawl, every second stretching into an eternity. He ran over to All Might, using a quirk he never had before. Extreme boost, it could end his life, but hey, after he got to around 100, he stopped really caring about that. He had lived a good one. Take this, he shouted, slapping All Might as to boost his quirk. The sudden influx of power washed over the number one hero, his muscles bulging even more than usual. Thank you, Deku, was it? You have done me and the world a great service. All Might exclaimed, his eyes alight with renewed vigor. Now, let's show this monster what true heroism is made of. With their combined might, All Might and Izuku unleashed a barrage of attacks on All for One. The villains stumbled back, the sheer power of their onslaught pushing him closer to the edge of the crumbling cavern. Izuku's heart raced as he watched the hero he had once idolized fight with newfound strength. This was his chance to make a real difference, to help the man who had given him his own quirk. But All for One was not one to be easily bested. He roared with fury, his body swelling as he drew upon the power of the countless quirks he had stolen. He lunged for the newcomer, the one who had ruined everything, reaching for his head, and then... Halt! System error! Deku! Izuku Midoriya immediately passed out. Izuku's vision swirled as darkness closed in. He had pushed his new quirk to its limits, and his body could not handle the strain. But even in the throes of unconsciousness, he felt the battle rage on around him. The tremors grew more violent, threatening to bring the entire city down with them. All Might roared in fury, his eyes burning with the light of 1,000 suns. He knew the risks of Deku's gamble, but he had faith in his fellow heroes, even if they were a vigilante, judgment. The power surging through him was unlike anything he had ever felt, a gift from the hero he had just come to meet. The tremors grew stronger, and the city's towering buildings began to crack even further. The hero's combined might was pushing All for One to the brink, but the villain was far from defeated. He lashed out with tentacles made of shadow, each one tipped with a stolen quirk, seeking to snuff out the lives of those who dared to oppose him. All Might's fists met with the tentacles, shattering them into oblivion with every blow. Yet, he knew that he was wasting time. Deku's quirk had boosted his strength, and it couldn't last forever. He had to use his ultimate move, one that he never had to before. It was purely hypothetical. United States of Smash. With a roar that seemed to shake the very foundation of the surrounding earth itself, All Might unleashed his ultimate move. A move that was a homage to the hero that had saved him, a move that could never be forgotten. The ground beneath All for One cracked, the air itself seeming to distort with the pressure of the attack. The villain was sent meters into the very ground, the tremors subsiding in an instant. The dust cleared to reveal a massive crater, and in its center, a slightly bruised and bloodied All Might standing tall, his fists still ablaze with power. But the battle was not over. All for One, his lower chest completely caved in, began coughing up pounds of blood, but his eyes never left All Might's, a fierce determination burning within them. "You think this is enough to beat me?" he rasped out, a twisted smile playing on his lips. All Might knew that the villain was not one to underestimate. He had seen firsthand the extent of All for One's power, the lengths he would go to achieve his twisted goals. "This is just the beginning," he bellowed, his voice more firm than ever. "United States of Smash." The second time he used the move, it was like a meteor strike. The ground trembled as if the very core of the earth had been hit, the force of his punch sending shockwaves through the cavern. The air was filled with the sound of breaking stone and the acrid smell of burnt concrete as All for One was sent hurtling back once more, his body contorting and stretching in a desperate attempt to absorb the blow. But the villain's resilience was unyielding. His eyes grew darker, his grin more sinister as he pushed himself to stand, his body a twisted mass of stolen quirks. He had never felt such power from any of his previous rivals holding his brother's quirk before, and the sight of it only fueled his desire, but he knew that he couldn't win in the way he wanted but he could at least finally take the main holder of one for all and not a previous user for once with him. Tamura would be practically unchallenged in his goals now. All Might knew the time was now. He could feel Deku's boost starting to rapidly fade away now. United States of Smash. The third and final blow was unlike anything the city had ever seen. The entire district was enveloped in a blast of light and sound, the very fabric of reality seeming to warp around the point of impact. As the dust settled, All for One lay still, his body a broken mess of stolen power and shattered bones. The villain's eyes, once so full of malice, were now glassy and lifeless, his reign of terror finally brought to an end. All Might stirred, his vision slowly coming back into focus. He looked around the wreckage, the aftermath of their battle a stark reminder of the price paid for peace. He looked down, he had did it, he avenged her. He looked down at the one who took his master away, then looked up and smiled to the sky. I hope you enjoyed the show, master. He beamed more truly than he had in his entire career despite the pain and exhaustion that started to overcome him. Then he looked over to where he assumed Deku would be, the one who had made it possible. And, found a child? The world was eerily silent for a moment before the cacophony of sirens and panic flooded back into existence. All Might stumbled over the debris, searching for any sign of Deku. His heart was pounding in his chest as he scanned the area. He had felt the tremendous power Deku had bestowed upon him, but he had not seen what had become of his mysterious ally after the battle's crescendo. He looked back at the small child. It was hard to tell, but he seemed to have a head of white hair as somewhat small horns poking out of his head. What in the world? All Might whispered to himself, his mind racing with questions and confusion. He walked over, his body was still aching and starting to shut down on him, and gently picked the child up. The boy somehow had no injuries that were too serious, just a few bruises. The child was unconscious, but his chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm, reassuring All Might that he was alive. As the number one hero cradled the unconscious form, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of responsibility and curiosity. Who was the vigilante that had come to his aid, and how was he connected to the quirk that had empowered him so greatly? Gently, All Might made his way out of the city block, the gravity of their victory and the unknown fate of the city's newest hero weighing heavily on his shoulders. The child remained unconscious in his arms, his body wrapped in the tattered remains of some type of weird clothing around his midsection. As they emerged into the light, the first responders rushed to assist, but All Might's eyes remained on the child. The emergency personnel looked at their symbol of peace as he walked towards them with a child in his arms, seemingly battered and immediately passing out on his back. The child was taken to the nearest hospital, surrounded by the best doctors and nurses that the city had to offer. They worked tirelessly to ensure that he was safe, but the quirk he had displayed was unlike anything they had ever seen. It was clear that he was not like the other children, and the secrets of why he was alone in the area and his true identity remained a mystery. Meanwhile, Izuku's mother, Inko, sat in the living room of their small apartment, her eyes glued to the floor. Her heart was heavy with the weight of her son's disappearance in her mind. The TV blared out the news of the city's recent crisis, but she barely heard it over the ringing in her ears. Her thoughts were consumed by worry for Izuku and his safety. Izuku, she whispered, taking him into her arms. What happened to you? What if Izuku was gone like Hisashi was? Her mind raced with fear. The doctors and nurses moved quickly around the unconscious child, their eyes wide with amazement and concern. The quirk he had shown were something they had never encountered in their careers, and the way his body had withstood being in such close vicinity to All Might himself was nothing short of a medical marvel. As they worked, they couldn't help but notice the unusual patterns on his skin, faint lines that pulsed with a gentle glow. In the chaos of the hospital, no one had yet to realize that the boy was actually the legendary vigilante that had fought alongside All Might. As the medical staff worked on the child, All Might couldn't shake the feeling that he knew him from somewhere. His eyes searched the room, looking for any clue as to his identity. It was then that he noticed the boy's eyes flutter open, a hint of recognition in them as he gazed up at the hero. "Young kid," All Might murmured, his voice gentle and soothing despite his own pain. "He'd heal, but that was just an added bonus. Are you all right?" The child, still groggy, nodded weakly. "I am," he croaked out. "But I'm not supposed to be here." His voice was faint, but the determination in his eyes was unmistakable. Inko's heart skipped a beat as she watched the scene unfold on the news. The vigilante had fought alongside All Might, and now he lay unconscious, his identity hidden by the shadows of his mask. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had seen those eyes before. All Might's gaze grew intense as he studied the child. "Do you know who you are?" he asked softly. "What's your name?" The child took a deep breath, his eyes focusing slightly more. I am." He paused, searching for the right words. "Izuku Midoriya." The room grew tense, the air thick with anticipation as the child spoke his name. All Might felt a sense of relief. The boy hadn't gotten amnesia, at least no to too far of a point. Carefully, he moved closer. "Do you know how you got to that block, young man?" Izuku, his mind still foggy from the battle and his quirk's overuse, tried to piece together the events leading up to this moment. Even then, it seemed like he could amnesia as an excuse. It was easy to fake, incredibly hard to officially diagnose after all. "No, sir," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "Also, can I get your autograph, All Might?" He did truly want an autograph, yet it also helped him seem like a completely normal kid seeing All Might for the first time. The hero couldn't help but smile, despite his fatigue and pain. "Of course, young man," he said, reaching into his pocket for a pen. As he leaned in to sign the child's makeshift bandage, he noticed something peculiar. The lines on Izuku's skin, which had been faint before, were now pulsing more vigorously, almost as if responding to his presence. He had seen those lines before, but where? Sir Night-Eye could simply only listen from outside the room to the two of them, along with Nizu, Gran Torino, and Recovery Girl. His eyes sprang fully open as he heard the child's name, Midoriya Izuku? He screamed in his mind. He remembered the last name from his investigations on Deku's secret identity, and then the kid of his still primary suspect just so happens to end up at the area of the battle between All Might and Deku versus All for One. Coincidence? He thought not. Inko felt the blood drain from her face as she heard her son's name on the news. "Izuku!" She screamed at the TV. "That's Izuku!" She immediately grabbed her keys and bolted out the door. She had to get to the hospital. She had to know if it was her son, if he was okay. Her mind was racing as she drove. The speed limits were just suggestions at this point. Back in the hospital room, All Might's hand hovered over Izuku's forehead, the pen poised to leave its mark. He looked into the child's eyes and saw a spark of something familiar, something that made his heart race. If only he knew why? Sir Night-Eye, unable to contain his swelling thoughts, pushed his way into the room through the doors, his eyes ablaze with accusation and concern. "All Might," he began, his voice firm yet strained, "I need to speak with the child immediately." His gaze shifted to the young boy, and he couldn't help but see the resemblance to his own investigation subject. The room grew colder, as if the very air had thickened with the gravity of the situation. Within Sir Night-Eye's mindscape, a series of images and data flashed by in rapid succession. His mind's eye honed in on the child before him, his thoughts racing through the potential scenarios that could have led to this moment. The quirks, the timing, the unexplained circumstances of his appearance at the battle's climax, it was all too much of a coincidence. The normally stoic hero couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety as he pieced together the puzzle in his head, the connections between the vigilante and this innocent-looking child growing stronger with every passing second. "Oh, all right," All Might sighed, his smile never leaving his face as he handed the pen to Sir Night-Eye, who took it with a furrowed brow. He knew that look all too well. It was the same one he had when he found something suspicious. Izuku took the pen back with a slightly disappointed expression, but knew that something was wrong, something that he was a part of. Sir Night-Eye took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. "Izuku Midoriya," he began, his tone gentle but firm, "I know for a fact now that you are indeed the vigilante known as Deku now." Izuku's eyes grew wide with shock, his heart racing faster than it had during the battle. He had hoped that his secret would remain safe, but the reality of his situation was setting in. He had to think quickly, his mind racing for a way to explain his presence without revealing the truth of his time travel. I don't know what you're talking about, sir, he stuttered, trying to keep his cool. Sir Night's gaze bore into him, his eyes piercing through the facade of innocence that Izuku was trying to maintain. Don't lie to me, he said sternly, his expression unyielding. If you are not in fact Deku, then why hasn't anyone on the ground of the fight even been able to find a trace of where Deku went? I really don't know, sir, Izuku barely managed, his voice shaking slightly more and more. His eyes darted continuously around the room, searching for a way out of this predicament. Maybe he's really good at hiding? Sir Night's lips curled up into a smile. And who exactly said anything about Deku being a he? It was at that exact moment when those words left Sir Night's lips that Izuku knew he effed up, big time. The room grew quiet, the tension palpable. Izuku felt the weight of Sir Night's stare as he realized his mistake. His heart thudded in his chest, the beats echoing like a drum in his ears. He knew that his cover was blown, and there was no way to dance around the truth anymore. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Fine, yes, Sir Night, I am in fact Deku, he whispered, the words heavy on his tongue. Sir Night's expression softened slightly, his suspicion morphing into a look of understanding. He knelt down so that he was at eye level with the child, his gaze filled with a mix of concern and curiosity. Izuku, do you know what you've done? The risks you've taken, fighting as a vigilante. Izuku nodded solemnly. Since me being a vigilante is out in the open, I may as well fully come clean with you. But before you say anything, there's something you need to understand. I'm not just some kid playing dress-up. I've been through a lot, seen a lot, and I've learned a lot from my past life. Sir Night's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Past life? He echoed, unsure if he had heard correctly. I died of old age, Sir Night, Izuku began, his voice steady despite the gravity of his words. And when I did, I was given the chance to come back and fix things. To change the world for the better, I did, and here we are. The room fell silent as the implications of his words sank in. Your quirk let you time travel after death? Sir Night's voice was hushed, a mix of awe and skepticism. That's extraordinary. But you must understand, vigilantism is against the law. It's dangerous, and you're just a child. Izuku met his gaze, ignoring his minor mistake on his previous quirk status. Though who knows, maybe he did have a quirk after all and it just required him to die first. I've lived a lifetime, already over a century to be more precise, Sir Night. I know what I'm doing and I know the risks. He paused, a hint of determination creeping into his voice. But I can't do it alone, not anymore at this point, at least. I need your help, and the help of all the people here, to change things for the better. Sir Night studied the boy before him, his mind racing with questions. All right, Izuku, he finally said, placing a hand on his shoulder. I'll hear you out, but you must understand that if you're lying, saying there will be consequences, to say the absolute very least, would be an incredible understatement. The gravity of his words didn't seem to faze Izuku. He nodded. I'm not lying. I've seen a future where the path we're on leads to great destruction. And I've been given a chance to change it. His eyes searched Sir Night's, looking for any flicker of belief. I need you to trust me, to help me guide these young heroes in the right direction. I know that together, we can create a brighter future for everyone. Sir Night remained silent for a moment, contemplating the unbelievable story he had just heard. He knew that the world of quirks was full of unexplained phenomena, but this was beyond anything he had ever encountered. He took a deep breath and, if it helps, I know all about One for All and its users, Izuku interjected, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. I can prove it to you if you want another way. The revelation sent a jolt through the room. Well then. What else do you know about? A new voice asked. Izuku and Sir Night looked to the door, and saw Nizu standing there, his ears perked up with interest. I know that you were experimented on. I would have tried to save you from that, But you never revealed anything specific, Izuku responded with a tired smile, knowing that his words would be hard to believe. Nizu's eyes narrowed slightly, his curiosity piqued. How could you possibly know that? He inquired, his voice measured and calm, but the tension was evident. Because I've seen it, I've seen everything, Izuku said with a sigh. I've seen the paths of heroism and villainy, of friendship and betrayal. I've seen the joy and pain, the success and failure. His gaze grew distant, lost in the memories of his past life. But most importantly, I've seen the potential in everyone here, and I know that together, we can create a better world than the one I left behind. The room was silent for a few moments, the weight of Izuku's words hanging in the air like a thick fog. It was Nizu who broke the silence. Well then, Mr. Midoriya, where can we start? Izuku's face grew dark. We start with the fact that someone is trying to revive All for One. Just then a car screeched to a halt at the parking lot of the hospital. The car door slammed, echoing through the hospital parking lot. Inko Midoriya sprinted past stunned nurses, her green hair wild around her tear-streaked face. She skidded to a halt outside Izuku's room, taking in the scene, her son propped up in bed, surrounded by All Might, Sir Night-Eye, and Principal Nizu. The air crackled with unspoken tension. "Izuku!" she cried, rushing to his side. Her hands trembled as she cupped his face, searching for injuries beyond the fading glow on his skin. "What happened, baby?" The news said. Izuku met her eyes, the weight of centuries and secrets pressing down. "Mom," he whispered, voice raw. "I'm fine." "Really?" But her trembling hands traced the faint, fading lines on his skin, the only visible scars of the impossible battle. Behind her, Sir Night-Eye provided the story. He was caught in the crossfire during the villain attack, ma'am. A brave young man that sadly has no recollection of the entire event. The lie felt heavy, necessary. Nizu's teacup froze midway to his lips, the porcelain clinking softly against the saucer. Sir Night-Eye's glasses slid down his nose, forgotten, as he stared at Izuku. The revelation hung in the sterile hospital air like a physical blow. All for One wasn't just a nightmare buried in the past, but a specter clawing its way back from hell. But they had to pretend that this was a simple happy reunion between a mother with her lost, scared, and confused child. Inko's breath hitched, her fingers tightening around Izuku's. "Crossfire?" she echoed, her voice trembling as she scanned his face, the fading glow on his skin seeming to pulse under the fluorescent lights. "But, the vigilante, they said he fought." Her eyes darted between the gathered heroes, a mother's intuition warring with the official narrative. Izuku squeezed her hand, a silent plea in his gaze. "Trust me," it said, "just for now." All Might stepped forward, his smile strained but warm. "Your son showed remarkable courage, ma'am. He shielded others when debris flew. A true hero's instinct." Sir Night-Eye adjusted his glasses, the lenses catching the light as he seamlessly wove truth into the lie. The chaos was overwhelming. Many civilians displayed unexpected bravery. His gaze lingered on Izuku, heavy with unspoken questions about All for One's revival, but his tone remained reassuring for Inko's sake. Nizu hopped down from his chair, his tail swishing thoughtfully. "Indeed. Young Midoriya's instincts are already heading into the right direction, ma'am." The principal's cheerful demeanor felt almost jarring against the room's underlying tension. "However, we will need to regular check up on him regularly, say weekly after discharge, to make sure there's no lasting damage," Nizu continued, his cheerful tone belying the sharp intelligence in his eyes. Inko nodded mutely, relief warring with lingering suspicion as she smoothed Izuku's hair. Behind her, Sir Night-Eye caught All Might's gaze, a silent exchange of urgency about the All for One revelation. Izuku shifted against the pillows, the faint glow beneath his skin pulsing like a heartbeat. "Mom," he murmured, his voice still raw. "I'm just tired." The lie tasted bitter, but the truth, time travel, quirks stitched together from death, a century-old war reigniting, would shatter her. Her trembling hand found his, grounding him in this fragile present. The door clicked open again, revealing Recovery Girl with a chart. "Enough excitement for one day," she declared, shooing the heroes toward the exit with her cane. "Family only now." As Nizu and Sir Night-Eye filed out, their shared glance spoke volumes. "We talk soon." All Might lingered, placing a massive hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Rest well, young man," he said, the weight of unspoken burdens heavy in his smile. Inko watched them go, the sterile room suddenly too quiet. She turned back to Izuku, her eyes searching his face not just for scrapes or bruises, but for the shadow of something older, something terrifyingly unfamiliar in her little boy's eyes. The silence stretched, thick with everything unsaid, as the heart monitor beeped a steady, mocking rhythm. Izuku watched his mother's face, the worry lines deepening around her eyes, the way her knuckles whitened as she gripped the edge of his hospital bed. He'd forgotten how fiercely her love could ache. "The doctors said it's just shock," he offered quietly, leaning into her touch as she brushed a strand of white hair from his forehead. "No broken bones. Just tired." The lie settled between them, fragile as glass. He saw the doubt flicker in her gaze, the unspoken question. "Who are you now?" They made their way down the steps, the crisp night air biting at their faces. Izuku and his mother walked silently, the only sound the crunch of gravel beneath their feet and the distant wail of sirens a reminder of the chaos that had brought them here. Ahead, Sir Night-Eye and Nizu exchanged hushed words near All Might's car, their silhouettes sharp against the sodium glow of the streetlights. Izuku's skin prickled. He could feel the weight of their unspoken questions about All for One's revival pressing against the fragile calm. Inside the car, the leather seats were cold. Inko slid in beside Izuku, her hand finding his again, a lifeline. Started the engine, the rumble too loud in the heavy silence. As they pulled away from the curb, Izuku watched through the rearview mirror. Sir Night-Eye stood rigid beside Nizu, his glasses reflecting the hospital lights like twin moons. His gaze followed the retreating car, sharp and unreadable. Izuku knew that look, the gears turning, the puzzle pieces snapping together. "He knows," Izuku thought. "He knows I'm more than just a kid caught in debris." The city blurred past neon signs smearing into streaks of color, the skeletal outlines of construction cranes clawing at the sky. Inko's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "Izuku," she began, her voice tight, "are you sure you're okay?" He saw it in the rearview mirror, the way her eyes flickered to him, searching for cracks in his story. The glow beneath his skin had faded, but something else lingered, a stillness that didn't belong to a 9-year-old boy. He forced a smile. "Just tired, ma. I promise." At the apartment door, the keys scraped in the lock. The familiar scent of home soap and old paper was a balm. Inko busied herself with tea, the clatter of cups too loud. Izuku watched her shoulders tense. She knew. Not the time travel, not the quirk stitched from death, but the lie. The lie that tasted like ash. He sank onto the worn sofa, the springs groaning. Outside, a street lamp flickered. Shadows danced across the ceiling. Somewhere in Muzutafu, All for One's shadow stirred. And Sir Night-Eye? He'd be digging now. Digging into the criminal underworld even deeper than before. Digging into the vigilante Deku. Digging into Izuku Midoriya. The teacup rattled on its saucer as Inko said it before him. Steam curled into the silence. Her eyes held a question she couldn't voice not yet. Izuku wrapped his hands around the warmth. The glow beneath his skin had vanished, but the phantom ache remained. It pulsed where his quirk lay dormant. Waiting. Across the city, in a sterile office lit only by computer screens, Sir Night-Eye leaned forward. Security footage flickered, grainy shots of Deku moving like smoke through rubble. While he finally knew the vigilante's identity, as unexpected as it was, but he wanted to fully understand him. He rewound, paused, zoomed. There Izuku's hand flashing out, not just deflecting debris, but altering its trajectory with impossible precision. Not strength. Control. Subtle. Calculated. Not debris deflection, Sir Night-Eye murmured, tapping keys. Kinetic redirection. Or something else entirely. He cross-referenced databases, searching for quirks that matched the ghostly efficiency on screen. The silence in the apartment thickened. Izuku stared into his untouched tea, the steam long gone cold. His mother's quiet sobs from the kitchen cut deeper than any villain's blow. He'd lied to protect her, but the cost hung heavy in the air. Suddenly, his phone buzzed a single, encrypted message from an unknown number. "They're digging. Watch your back." The screen went dark. Izuku's fingers tightened around the device. The game was accelerating. Below, a shadow detached itself from the alley across the street. Watching. Waiting. Izuku froze, the encrypted message burning cold in his palm. The shadow across the street wasn't just watching, it was a confirmation. All for One's network was already moving, threads tightening around him faster than anticipated. He forced his breathing steady, the phantom ache beneath his skin flaring in sync with his racing heart. Downstairs, the shadow melted deeper into the alley's gloom, leaving only the faintest shimmer of displaced air, a Quirk at work, subtle and trained. "They know where I live," he realized, dread coiling in his gut. This wasn't just surveillance, it was a declaration. Inko's soft footsteps approached from the kitchen. Izuku swiftly pocketed the phone, plastering on a weary smile just as she appeared in the doorway, her eyes red-rimmed but composed. "Can't sleep, sweetie?" she asked, her voice thick with concern. He shook his head, feigning exhaustion. "Just thinking about everything." Outside, the street lamp flickered again, casting long, shifting shadows across the room, shadows that now felt like eyes. The next morning dawned gray and drizzling, matching the tension coiled inside Izuku. At breakfast, Inko hovered, her worry palpable in every clink of dishes. "Maybe you should stay home today," she suggested, her gaze darting to the window where rain streaked the glass like tears. Izuku shook his head, forcing down toast that tasted like ash. "I need normalcy, Mom." Normalcy was a shield now, thin but vital. He couldn't hide, it would only draw more attention. Walking to school felt like navigating a minefield. Every alleyway, every parked car seemed to hold hidden watchers. His skin prickled with the phantom sensation of unseen eyes tracking his movements. As he rounded the corner onto the familiar street leading to semi-private academy, a figure leaned against the brick wall near the school gates, tall, lean, and unmistakably Tenya Ida. His midnight eyes locked onto Izuku, sharp and assessing. "Midoriya," he called out, his voice cutting through the drizzle. "Rough night? It's so important to get a good rest to fully absorb the most this academia has to offer." Izuku forced a casual shrug, adjusting his backpack strap. "Just some trouble sleeping." He kept his pace steady, acutely aware of Ida's intense scrutiny. Those eyes missed nothing, like polished obsidian scanning for flaws. The drizzle plastered white strands to Izuku's forehead, and he resisted the urge to brush them away, knowing any nervous gesture would be catalogued. Ahead, the imposing gates of Sumai Academy loomed, their wrought iron bars feeling less like an entrance and more like the teeth of a trap waiting to snap shut. The drizzle intensified, plastering Izuku's white hair flat against his forehead as he approached the imposing gates of Sumai Academy. Tenya Ida remained a silent, watchful statue against the brickwork, his gaze sharp enough to dissect Izuku's forced nonchalance. "Trouble sleeping is detrimental to academic excellence, Midoriya," Ida stated, his tone clipped and precise, though his eyes lingered on the faint, almost imperceptible tremor in Izuku's hands. "One must maintain peak condition." Izuku managed a weak nod, acutely aware of how the rain seemed to amplify the phantom itch beneath his skin, a silent thrumming where his stitched-together quirks lay coiled, restless and watchful. He could feel Ida cataloging every micro-expression, every hesitant step, filing it away with terrifying efficiency. Beyond the gates, the manicured lawns and pristine buildings of Sumai Academy felt alien under the gray sky, a stage set for unseen dangers. Izuku scanned the clusters of students milling about, people he never truly met or knew in his past life or this one. His heightened senses, a subtle gift from thermal sense, picked up lingering stares from shadowed alcoves and upper windows, prickling his skin like static. Someone was watching. Not just Ida's overt assessment, but something colder, more deliberate. A figure melted back into the arched doorway of the history building, a mere flicker of movement that left no heat signature behind. Professional. The warning message flashed in his mind. They're digging. Inside the cavernous main hall, the murmur of students felt unnaturally loud. Izuku kept his head down, weaving through the crowd toward his homeroom, senses stretched taut. Every flicker of movement at the edge of his vision felt like a threat, a potential agent of all for one assessing the anomaly he represented. The phantom ache beneath his skin intensified, a low thrum warning of unseen eyes tracking his progress. He paused near a marble pillar, pretending to adjust his tie while scanning the throng. There near the trophy case, a boy with slate-gray hair stared directly at him, expression blank, before turning smoothly and vanishing into the stream of uniforms. Too deliberate. Too cold. Izuku's fingers curled into fists. They're already inside. We cut back to All Might. Toshinori Yagi stood atop a high-rise overlooking Muzutafu's jagged skyline, the dawn wind whipping his ragged blonde hair. Below, the city pulsed with oblivious life: commuters, shopkeepers, children heading to school. His skeletal frame trembled not from weakness, but from the raw fury coiling in his gut. Sir Nightie's encrypted report burned in his mind, all for one stirring. Asset compromised. Midoriya residence under surveillance. The symbol of peace clenched his fist, knuckles white. He'd buried that monster mere days ago. To think his shadow stretched this far. It was an affront to every life saved, every hope kindled. A low growl escaped him, lost in the wind. He would not let that boy, that impossible, time-lost hero, face this darkness alone. Not again. Back at Sumai Academy, Izuku slid into his seat just as the homeroom bell chimed. The slate-haired boy was already seated 3 rows ahead, posture unnaturally still. Izuku kept his gaze lowered, feigning absorption in his textbook while his thermal sense mapped the room: 37 students, 38 heartbeats. The extra pulsed faintly from the ventilation grate above the teacher's desk. Hidden. He didn't react, didn't glance up. Instead, he focused on the tremor in his own hands, willing it still. They knew he was here. They knew his mother's address. The game had shifted from observation to siege. Inko Midoriya stood frozen in her son's bedroom, his discarded pajamas clutched to her chest. The faint, acrid scent of ozone clung to the fabric, a smell that hadn't been there yesterday. Her eyes scanned the room, the meticulously made bed, the All Might poster smiling its hollow reassurance, the physics textbook left open on the desk. Normal. Too normal. Her fingers brushed against the cool screen of Izuku's laptop. It hummed to life, revealing a single browser tab left open, a local news article about the vigilante Deku. Grainy footage paused mid-leap. Across the city, Sir Nightie's gloved finger hovered over a keyboard. His office monitors glowed with layered maps of Muzutafu, pulsing red dots clustering around 2 locations, Sumai Academy and the Midoriya apartment complex. He zoomed in on the latter. Thermal signatures bloomed 7 figures positioned on rooftops and fire escapes, their heat patterns cold, disciplined, inhumanly still. They weren't watching. They were waiting. His jaw tightened. The trap wasn't just set, it was already closing. Izuku felt the phantom itch intensify beneath his skin as he walked the sterile Sumai hallway between classes. At lunch, he slipped into a deserted stairwell, pulling out his phone. His fingers flew over encrypted channels, codes only Sir Night-Eye would recognize. 7 hostels. Midoriya residence. Thermal signatures suggest combat quirks. Extraction advised for Inko Midoriya. He hit send, the message dissolving into digital ether. Across the city, Sir Night-Eye's monitor flashed crimson confirmation received. Outside the Midoriya apartment, rain lashed against the windows. Inko stood frozen by the living room curtain, her knuckles white where she gripped the fabric. 7 shadows blurred against the storm-gray backdrop, figures perched on adjacent rooftops like gargoyles, unnaturally still despite the downpour. Her phone buzzed violently on the coffee table. The caller ID flashed emergency services, priority override. In the shadowed alley below, All Might's gaunt frame pressed against wet brick. His eyes, sharp as shattered glass, tracked the rooftop sentries. One shifted a fractional tilt of the head toward Inko's window. Toshinori's fist clenched. Too close. He'd promised Night-Eye discretion, but that promise frayed as he counted the seconds until the extraction team arrived. The 7th Watcher's hand dipped toward a hip holster. The seventh rooftop sentry's hand dipped toward his hip holster, a flicker of motion in the driving rain. All Might's breath hitched. Too fast. He lunged from the alley shadows, a skeletal blur against the storm-gray backdrop, fist already crackling with suppressed power. The sentry whirled, eyes widening behind his visor too late. A controlled gust of pressurized air slammed him sideways into a ventilation unit, the metallic crunch swallowed by thunder. Inside the apartment, Inko recoiled as the emergency call blared. Sir Nightie's voice sliced through the speaker, glacial calm masking urgency. "Mrs. Midoriya, do not open the door. Move to the bathroom." No. She stumbled backward, the phone clattering to the floor. Outside, the remaining 6 shadows detached from rooftops like ink droplets converging on the alley where All Might stood exposed, fists raised against the downpour. At Semi Academy, Izuku's phone vibrated a single, encrypted glyph, skull and crossbones. His thermal sense spiked. 6 cold signatures vanished from his apartment's perimeter, replaced by one blazing furnace of heat, moving with brutal, familiar efficiency. All Might. The slate-haired boy across the classroom stiffened, his blank eyes snapping to Izuku's. A thin smile touched his lips as he tapped his temple once. "We see you." Izuku's knuckles whitened under his desk. The phantom ache beneath his skin ignited not pain, but a silent scream of power straining at its seams. Echoes of stolen quirks whispered in his blood. Chameleon-s camouflage, thermal sense-s infrared map, kinetic redirection-s coiled violence. The slate-haired boy's smile widened. Izuku inhaled. The classroom air thickened. Somewhere, a window rattled. Outside, rain hammered Muzutafu streets. All Might's fist met the second sentry's jaw, bone cracked like wet timber. 3 more dropped from adjacent rooftops, quirks flaring. One sprouted jagged ice shards, another dissolved into mist. Toshinori pivoted, a cyclone of wind shearing through ice. The mist reformed behind him, a blade materializing at his throat. He didn't flinch. His elbow drove backward, a sickening crunch. The mist solidified, then slumped. For down. 2 remained. Their eyes glowed crimson through the downpour. Synchronized. Inko scrambled into the cramped bathroom, locking the door. Her breath hitched. Shadows seeped under the threshold oil slick, alive. They writhed, coalescing into clawed hands that scraped at the wood. Sir Nightie's voice crackled from the discarded phone in the hall. 30 seconds, Mrs. Midoriya. Hold, the door splintered. Back at Semi, Izuku's chair screeched as he stood. Every head turned. The slate-haired boy mirrored him, a predator's grace in the lift of his chin. Izuku's hand flickered, microscopic vibrations humming through the floor tiles. Soundwave. A glass vase on the teacher's desk shattered. In the distraction, Izuku's form blurred at the edges, chameleon weaving with echo. For a heartbeat he wasn't there. Then he was at the door. The slate-haired boy lunged, but Izuku's whisper cut through the chaos. "Tell him I'm coming." He vanished into the hall. Behind him, the classroom erupted. Rain lashed the alley walls. All Might staggered as crimson beams lanced from the twins' eyes, quirk suppression rays, searing his already fading power. Ice coated his left leg. Mist coiled around his right arm. He roared, tearing free, but the beams intensified. They were draining him. One twin smirked, adjusting his visor. Symbol of peace? More like scrap metal. Toshinori's vision blurred. He wouldn't last. Not like this. Inko pressed against the cold bathroom tiles as shadow claws tore through the door. Splinters rained. Sir Nightie's voice crackled from the hallway phone. 10 seconds. The shadows coalesced into a grinning, featureless face. It lunged. Inko screamed and the ceiling exploded downward in a shower of plaster and rebar. A figure in tactical black dropped, landing between her and the shadow. Extraction, the agent barked, gauntlets flaring with white light. The shadow recoiled, hissing. Izuku burst onto the rain-slicked semi-rooftop. Below, sirens wailed. Ahead, the city sprawled under storm clouds. He didn't hesitate. Leaping the gap to the next building, his form shimmered not invisibility, but camouflage woven from chameleon and echo. He became rain-streaked concrete, the groan of stressed metal, the distant thunderclap. Thermal sense mapped the battlefield, 6 cold signatures converging on All Might's fading heat bloom 3 blocks away. One signature detached slate-haired, climbing after him, radiating predatory focus. Izuku landed silently, rolling behind a ventilation unit. His fingers brushed wet gravel. Kinetic redirection coiled in his palm, ready. The rooftop door slammed open. All Might coughed blood onto wet asphalt. The suppression beams pinned him like a butterfly, draining one for all's embers. Ice crept up his chest. The mist form solidified, a blade poised over his heart. End of the line, relic, the twin hissed. Toshinori's vision darkened. Then a sound. Not thunder. A perfect mimicry of Nitai's voice, sharp and commanding, echoing from a nearby dumpster. Hostiles. Flank left. The twins flinched, beams wavering. A fraction of a second. All Might exploded upward, shattered ice flying like shrapnel. His fist connected not with flesh, but with redirected kinetic force amplified by soundwave. The mist user disintegrated with a wet scream. Inko clutched the agent's armored forearm as they rappelled down the building's rain-lashed side. The shadow quirk user oozed from the shattered bathroom window above, formless and furious. Below, an unmarked van screeched to a halt. "Go!" the agent barked, shoving Inko toward the open doors. She stumbled, eyes wide. Above, the shadow coalesced into a spear of darkness, hurtling down. The agent raised his light gauntlets too slow. A sonic screech ripped through the alley, a distorted echo of Inko's own scream amplified 100-fold. The shadow quivered, fragmented, and dissolved like smoke in the downpour. Izuku stood silhouetted on a fire escape, hand outstretched, eyes burning green in the gloom. The slate-haired boy landed silently on the rooftop's edge. Rain plastered his hair flat, revealing intricate circuitry tattoos snaking up his neck. "Asset, Midoriya," he stated, voice devoid of inflection. "Directive, acquire." He moved blur-fast, hand extending, palm glowing with null-field energy. Izuku didn't dodge. He met the charge, kinetic redirection flaring. Their palms collided. No sound. Just a vacuum implosion that shattered every window on the rooftop. Izuku's camouflage flickered, revealing strained tendons, gritted teeth. The boy smiled thin, cruel. "Query, where is the stolen core?" His null field intensified, crawling up Izuku's arm, devouring the phantom warmth of his stitched-together quirks. Izuku's gaze flicked past him, toward the distant silhouette of Tartarus, stark against the storm. His whisper was raw, defiant. "Ask your master." He felt it die.